Winning rave reviews from people all over the country. You can be one of them. Kidney Cup is super affordable. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cup today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCup.com. If you cringe when you hear the words calcium oxalate and you worry about reoccurrence, then you need Kidney Cup right away. Purchase Kidney Cup today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCup.com.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Hey, it's Rhea. Keep the summer vibes going with Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. They are proudly celebrating 35 years in business. Over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus to choose from, and the all-new GX has arrived. Being veteran-owned, family-operated, and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner, Lexus of Cherry Hill provides luxury customer service. So go talk to Tony and his team to set yourself up with some of the best deals of the year. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Using meth taught me everything about freedom, only not like you think. It taught me how easy it is to lose your freedom. If you think meth is taking control of you, ask for help. You have the power to be truly free. I know. I'm Jan, and I'm free from meth.
If you or someone you know is struggling with meth, call 1-800-662-HELP for 24-hour free and confidential treatment referral. Learn more at samhsa.gov/meth.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, September 3rd, 2024. I'm Ted Lindner. This is the Fox News Rundown. September is National Suicide Prevention Month, and both firearm owners' rights groups as well as gun safety advocates are once again urging firearms owners to be proactive in securing their firearms when not in use in hopes of preventing self-harm. Fox's Eben Brown has more.
Second Amendment advocates are known for their insistence on lawful and safe ownership and use of firearms, and that means a renewed urging of gun owners to lock up their guns when not in use, especially when children are present in the home. While teaching kids to respect and properly use guns may be a parenting choice, parents should never let children handle firearms without supervision. There are lockable cabinets and boxes, even ones that lock biometrically, and some that send notifications to your phone if someone is trying to open them without authorization. Eben Brown, Fox News.
And school getting back in session. If it hasn't already happened for you, it will be this week or next. And more schools looking to put their foot down when it comes to cell phones in schools. Fox's Rebecca Castor has more on this from Washington, D.C.
We all know teenagers who are glued to their cell phones, always scrolling, texting, and snapping. But with more data out there showing the dangers of social media, coupled with lower test scores nationwide since pandemic lockdowns, more schools are saying enough is enough. Fairfax County in Virginia is one school district cracking down on cell phones. At some of its middle schools, students will lock away their phones in a magnetic pouch. Schools in Arkansas, California, Connecticut, and Texas are also trying this out. Mental health is a driving force behind many of these new policies. When Congress is back in session next week, lawmakers are expected to officially pass legislation aimed at making social media safer for teens. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
And President Biden pressuring Israeli leaders to do more to strike a deal with Hamas and free the remaining hostages. This as the grieving continues in the Jewish state after the bodies of 6 hostages were recovered this weekend in Gaza, including an American. Fox's Jeff Paul in Tel Aviv.
Very somber day. This country begins to lay to rest the 6 hostages whose bodies were recovered from the underground tunnel system in Gaza. One of the 6 killed is Israeli-American Hersh Goldberg, Poland.
I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for our Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. Everyone is talking about it. Be with me on September 12th as we talk about the election, politics, and all things Trump. It's huge. Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. September 12th, Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. That's 1210WPHT.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Texting enrolls in recurring automated text marketing messages. Message frequency varies. Message and data rates may apply. Reply help for help or stop to opt out.
Are you drinking too much? Is alcohol affecting your relationships? Could drinking be affecting your job?
Hi, I'm Jonathan, founder of Or Health. I struggled with alcohol misuse for 15 years. I tried self-help, therapy, and traditional 12-step programs, but nothing really worked. That's why I started Or Health. Or Health provides access to safe and effective medication, FDA approved for the treatment of alcohol issues. A daily pill proven to reduce alcohol cravings and make it easier to drink less or quit.
To join the thousands who are drinking less or who have quit altogether, text CHECK to 710-710. You'll be sent a secure link to Or Health's private online assessment. If treatment is right for you, a licensed medical professional will prescribe medication for discreet and convenient delivery to your door. Just text CHECK to 710-710. That's CHECK to 710-710.
Not available in all states. For SMS terms, privacy policy, risk, and restrictions, please go to orhealth.com/terms. Use as directed.
Warning, the following ZipRecruiter radio spot you are about to hear is going to be filled with F words.
When you're hiring, we at ZipRecruiter know you can feel frustrated, forlorn even, like your efforts are futile, and you can spend a fortune trying to find fabulous people, only to get flooded with candidates who are just fine. Fortunately, ZipRecruiter figured out how to fix all of that. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, you can forget your frustrations because we find the right people for your roles fast, which is our absolute favorite F word. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day.
Fantastic.
So, whether you need to hire 4, 40, or 400 people, get ready to meet first-rate talent. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Don't forget, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Finally, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people, everywhere, get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The markets open for the abbreviated trading week today after being closed for the Labor Day holiday yesterday. The Dow looking to maintain the momentum from last week when it closed in record territory 4 out of 5 days, including on Friday, when it gained 228 points to close at more than 41,563. Today we get reports on construction and manufacturing. Tomorrow the latest numbers on the trade deficit, job openings, and auto sales. Thursday we get the weekly unemployment numbers, and on Friday the all-important jobs report for August. The government will be looking for a bounce back after the July report indicated only 114,000 jobs were created in the month, 65,000 less than June. And more than 10,000 workers at 25 U.S. hotels on strike over demands for higher pay, fairer workloads, and the reversal of COVID-era cuts. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
It's one thing to read the Bible, perhaps make a pilgrimage to biblical sites. But for years, Kathy Lee Gifford has taken a much deeper dive into the scriptures. Now, the Emmy Award winner, singer, actress, and author is turning that passion into a new project, a series of books about infamous biblical figures and miracles.
I have signed to do 2 books called, Ancient Evil, Living Hope, based on my fascination forever, since I was a child, basically, with all of these stories about these evil characters in Scripture.
The first book in the series is Herod and Mary, the true story of the tyrant king and the mother of the risen Savior, co-authored by Liberty University professor of Bible and Theology, Brian Litfin.
Now, Herod, this new book, Herod and Mary, there's only 2 references to him in Matthew in the New Testament. But when I got to Israel and truly studied rabbinically what his life was all about, I was completely blown away. If Jesus is the greatest story ever told, and I have believed my whole life that he is, then Herod is one of the greatest stories never told. And the reason I'm such a student of all of this now is because I got angry when I first started studying this way. I was angry that nobody ever told me this stuff. The knowledge is out there. The information is out there, but we've never taught it in Sunday school. People think that Jesus was a carpenter, and he wasn't. He was a stonemason. Well, why don't you tell us what he really was? I want to know the truth, and then I will base my life on what I think of the truth that's just been revealed to me.
Part of it is just lost in translation, right?
Yes, and totally. Thank you for saying that, Lisa. There are so many horrendous translations of the Bible. The real thing is the scriptures. The scriptures are like the Dead Sea Scrolls that never change. The Hebrew hasn't changed. The Greek hasn't changed. But the worst translation of the Bible ever is the King James Version. And so many millions of people think it's the only divinely inspired word of God. First of all, King James was almost as bad as King Herod. He was not a godly man. And the people that translated it, they were Englishmen. They'd never been to Israel. They had no idea that there'd never been any buildable wood in Israel in 1st century A.D. So they said, tekton, the word, what Joseph did and Jesus did before Jesus was a rabbi when he was 30, and in the Greek it means, if you look it up, architect/builder. Well, we know that Jesus was with the Father and the Holy Spirit when they're the architects of all of creation, so that made sense. But then it said builder, and they go, he was a carpenter like us. Well,
not without trees.
Not without trees, no. But they have sort of balsam trees and olive trees and sycamore fig trees, but nothing you could build palaces in. And Herod, who's, I don't want to call him the leading man of my book because they're one of the most evil human beings that, ever walked this planet. He had to bring from the cedars of Lebanon that had to be floated down, made into rafts, dropped off in what's present-day Tel Aviv, taken apart, and then taken overland to Herod's construction sites. I mean, Herod was so fascinating, Lisa. I had no idea. He was a genius architect, perhaps the greatest architect that ever lived. There are 10 palaces from the north of Israel all the way down to Masada in the far south. They are one day's journey from one another. Why? Because Herod was a hunted man.
Herod feared the Romans, even though he did business with them. And while he called himself the king of the Jews, he was actually an Edomite, modern-day Jordan, so the Jews did not consider him their king. He lived a paranoid life, always looking over his shoulder and killing anyone who got in his way.
That's why when the wise men came to him and said, we've seen a star in the sky. We're looking for the baby that's being born in Bethlehem, to the new king of the Jews. He went, what? No, Bethlehem, no baby can be born anywhere and be a threat to my power. And you know what? It's ripped from the headlines today, Lisa. We see people all over the world still lusting for carnality, lusting for everything that God said is bad for you, but they don't care. But we do know that it hurts you in the long run. And Jesus said at one point I think it was in Matthew, he says, what does it profit a person if he gain the whole world and lose his very soul? And that's what Herod did. And then into our story, we introduce the purity of Mary, who as a teenage girl in Nazareth has a visitation from an angel and says, you are blessed among all women. You have been chosen. You will be with child and call him Jesus, and he will save the world from their sins. She knew the scriptures. She knew what that meant. And the greatest story about Mary is that she said, let it be unto me as you have said. And that's what I want to learn to do, because there are things I don't want to do that the Lord wants me to do, but I want to be more Mary-like.
This is very much a page turner.
Thank you.
Written in a very entertaining way.
Thank you.
But with an awful lot of research behind it. And characters, events, and places that people will recognize, not just Herod and Mary.
Yes.
But, the Roman Empire, for instance.
Yes.
And Cleopatra.
Hello. She tried to seduce him. That might be the only woman he didn't either rape or said no to. But that's because Mark Antony was insanely obsessed with Cleopatra. Mark Antony he needed because of Julius Caesar and Rome. And he said, I think it's probably a bad idea if I go to bed with this Cleopatra. So instead of being angry at Herod, they actually became friends because he said no. And then he ended up giving her land and giving her this and all kinds of things. She was the biggest one of the greatest seductresses in history was Cleopatra. So I didn't know any of this stuff. And it fascinated me the more I read about it. And I have to give credit where credit is due to my co-writer. He's a PhD, Dr. Brian Litfin. And he is just brilliant at this. And my son Cody who actually just shepherded us through the whole process. He's the one that said, Mom, let's take this fascination you have with ancient evil characters and let's write thrillers. And juxtapose it against the beauty and the purity of the living hope that was there, too, at the same time. So people won't lose hope today.
At the end, you and your author discuss the book. He asks you questions.
Yes, it's called codas, like in music. You go back and you talk. Mm-hmm.
That brings a lot to the conversation. And I think for anyone who maybe has extra questions as they're reading it along the way, that answers a lot of those questions.
I'm so glad.
Was that what part of the goal from the beginning?
Well, there's so much biblical illiteracy. It's nobody's fault. We've just never been taught it, especially in Western civilization. You know, the Bible should have never been broken up into two pieces. It should have never been the Old Testament and the New Testament. It's one story. It's one unbelievable story of redemption. And it all it did was encourage people to think that, the Old Testament is for Jews, because, it's pre-Jesus. And the New Testament is for Christians because it's Jesus. Well, no, there were no Christians when Jesus was alive. They were followers of the way. And then after he was died and resurrected and went to, ascended to heaven, that's when Nero started, murdering. He called them the little Christians. It was such a derisive thing that he had about them. And that's when he made them human torches and fed them to the beasts in the Colosseum and everything else. So, people don't know the history of it.
One of the themes that you do emphasize, and you've alluded to some of this already, but it's God's law versus man's law.
Right.
And the message embedded really throughout about how significant what seemed like, at the time, smaller decisions and actions can turn out to be because of the path they can set you on.
Oh, yeah, little choices. It's so biblical. It's so of the Lord. It is, people think it's like the 10 Commandments. Actually, the word is better translated the 10 blessings. For good living, for favor from the Almighty. Jesus said, in this world you will have trouble, but take heart, take courage. I have overcome the world. He knew we'd be afraid. And people say, is there more evil in the world today? And I go, no, I don't think so. Evil was present at the dawn of creation. There's no question about that. I don't know why. That's for God to understand and not us. But Scripture says in John 10:10 that Satan comes, the thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy. But then Jesus says, but I have come that you might have life, and life abundantly. And he said, I didn't come to condemn the world. I came to save it. Save it. And people don't know what he said. I just so encourage people. I just felt like this would be a new way to teach people the beauty of the Scriptures and the beauty of this story, which blew my mind about Herod. I mean, there's very little we know about Mary in the Scriptures. We know she was at the nativity scene. Of course, we know that. Although we get that totally wrong in Western civilization.
Even the timing isn't right.
That's exactly right.
Right?
Yep. And I want to write a book about the real nativity. And I cannot tell you how many people do not want me to write that book. They say, Kathy, I know you love this stuff, but please don't mess with my manger. I love my tinsel on my Christmas tree. I love my manger. He was placed in a manger. Mm-hmm. That part's true. But he wasn't born in December. He wasn't, born in a stable. I've gotten pneumonia actually twice in Israel during December and January. It's the rainy season. There are no shepherds in the fields during the rainy season. And when you understand, when you study rabbinically, as I'm talking about, it's like the Bible's written in black and white, but when you study this way, so you get geopolitical and cultural relativity to the story, all of a sudden it's Technicolor. All of a sudden it's Dolby Sound, and Spielberg's directing it, or Mel Gibson, and you kind of go, why didn't anybody tell me this?
Mm-hmm. One other thing, you say at the end that Jesus simplifies everything, and you're talking about his great commandment and love.
Yes.
If someone takes one thing from this book, what are you hoping that will be?
Hope. hope. People are so fearful today. They have no need to fear their loving God. They certainly have no need to fear their Savior who died for them. The only thing we should fear is fear, how fear can dominate our choices and dominate our understanding of God's beautiful world. It's still a beautiful world. You know, He's in control. You know, there's no word in the Hebrew language for coincidence. There's no word for it because the Jews believe, and I believe, that there is nothing random. There's no such thing. When you say good luck to somebody, you might as well be saying, hey, there's no such thing as luck. God is either sovereign God in all things, or He's not God at all.
Kathy Lee Gifford, thank you so much for all the joy and faith and compassion that you bring to the world. And thank you for spending some time with us.
Thank you, Lisa. You're adorable.
Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Todd is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Todd, and I live in Georgia. I'm a veteran of 23 years. I love to give back to the community, whether it's my fellow veterans, some guy on the street corner. I offer what I can, when I can. I started noticing that my memory was slipping, and I wanted to take proactive measures to try to help that. I saw a Prevagen commercial, and I did some research on it, and I wanted to find out, does this stuff really work? I started taking Prevagen about 3 years ago. Since taking Prevagen, I feel clearer in my thoughts, my memory has improved, and generally just more on point.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
My fellow Americans, Donald Trump's conviction on 34 charges shows our country is in distress and our rule of law is under attack. Things might get worse before they get better. In these times of political chaos and uncertainty, it's crucial to protect your wealth and secure your financial future. That's where Advantage Gold comes in. They understand the power of gold as a safe haven during turmoil. Call them today at 800-900-8000 to get their free 2024 gold and silver kit and to protect your money with physical precious metals. Mention Jason Hansen sent you, and you could qualify for a special Jason Hansen discount up to $1,300. While nobody can predict the future, you can certainly prepare for it. Don't wait. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 for your free gold and silver kit and to claim your discount. Again, call 800-900-8000 today. Performance may vary. Consult your financial and tax professional and call 800-900-8000 today. Performance may vary. Consult your financial and tax professional.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions. And we get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. So trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com and let's cook up something extraordinary.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to Virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
Fox News, I'm Sue Gussman. President Biden criticizing Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu over his handling of the war in Gaza.
President Biden says that Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is not doing enough to secure a hostage deal. This in the wake of 6 more hostages, including an American, being brutally murdered at the hands of Hamas. Netanyahu spoke out amid mass protests across his country, saying, quote, "No one is more committed to freeing the hostages than me, but no one will preach to me."
Fox's Jillian Turner, 5 people rescued, 3 missing following a boat crash in Old Saybrook, Connecticut. The Coast Guard says the boat was traveling at the Connecticut River at a high rate of speed Monday night when it slammed into a break wall and broke apart. The search continuing in the morning with the help of the Coast Guard. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Florida State has not rebounded well from last season's disappointment. The 10th-ranked Seminoles lost to Boston College Monday night, 28-13, falling to 0-2 on the year. Florida State was stunned by Georgia Tech in Week 0, losing to the Yellow Jackets in Ireland. Mike Norvell's squad is coming off a year where they won the ACC and went 13-0 before being left out of the college football playoff, a highly controversial decision. Now, the Seminoles have lost 3 straight dating back to last season's bowl game. For Boston College, they got a win in Bill O'Brien's coaching debut, rushing for 263 yards on the ground. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com, Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute.
It's there! Hartman! Jackpot! Kansas City!
The NFL's new Pro Tool is already scoring with fans.
The vast majority of the time, fandom is about wanting to know more, wanting to find ways to explore the games in maybe ways that you couldn't have previously.
Gil Morin, Vice President, Head of Business Strategy and Operations at the National Football League, says NFL Pro now comes with the NFL Plus streaming subscription and offers raw NFL game data for fans to manipulate themselves.
What rabbit hole do you want to go down, and let us help you with that rabbit hole.
The NFL data sharing comes after similar moves by the NBA and MLB. Morin says sports betting and fantasy football are not the only things driving this.
Whether it is for your fantasy league, whether it's for the gambling audience, whatever it might be, there's this appetite for me to just know really cool things about the sport.
And Morin also says fan feedback has been intense, and the NFL plans to make the data even more flexible and usable. Denise Pellegrini, Bloomberg Radio.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Leaving for the gym so early?
I'm ready to go.
Since you started taking Nugenix Total T, you've been acting like when we met in our 20s.
I feel like myself again. Lower testosterone after turning 40 slowed me down. Nugenix Total T has been a game changer for me.
What is it about Nugenix Total T that's different?
It's a key ingredient called Tesnor. It boosts free and total testosterone to help you get back the drive and energy from your youth. Total T is backed by 5 clinical studies.
I've seen the huge difference it's made for you in the gym, at work, and in the bedroom.
I'm so glad I sent them a text for my complimentary bottle. Text PRIDE to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Nugenix is the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text PRIDE to 321321. That's PRIDE to 321321.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444. 800-513-4444.
Light up Citizens Bank Park for the final City Connect Friday of the regular season on Friday, September 13th at 6:40 when the Mets are in town.
It is long gone!
Grab tickets now at Phillies.com. Catch some Rays when the Phillies host Tampa Bay on Monday, September 9th, Tuesday, September 10th, and Wednesday, September 11th, all at 6:40. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Tired of hearing scary ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. We may be able to significantly reduce and even eliminate what you owe to the IRS. Taxpayers should know. Huge savings are now being made available through the Fresh Start program that can drastically reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. Even if you haven't filed your taxes in years or are facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, or under audit, we can help. We've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today. To see what savings you may qualify for, visit us online at TRA.com or call us at 800-511-0379. 800-511-0379. Again, that's 800-511-0379. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Tuesday morning, September 3rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenzlin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Captain Kirk, Henry Machette, our associate producers. Labor Day in the books. The summer's over, and here we go. Dawn Stenzlin, good morning. How was your holiday weekend?
Good morning. It was great.
Summer's over, folks. The unofficial end of summer.
No, it's not. Stop. We're not in grammar school.
Hey, there he is.
Summer ends on September 21st.
Ah,
and I will not hear any other story.
Yes. Welcome back, Gregory.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Good to go?
Yeah, I'm good.
Nice little vacation. Nice holiday weekend.
I'm good. Thrilled to be back. Can't wait. Can't wait. Love that 4 a.m. alarm this morning. Just amazing.
Yes.
So good. Love
62 days away from the election. And down the stretch they come.
What a fabulous job we have.
It is.
4 a.m. wake-up call. Great. Wonderful.
Greg's reconsidering this whole live and local thing.
Good God.
We're just going to be relegated to afternoons. Going to be syndicated from now until 3 p.m. so we all can sleep in. We should just do like a 9-man show with Zioli. We'll just, Dawn, myself, you, Dom, we'll all just jam in here around 3 o'clock, spew out takes, and go home.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a lot of good stuff to get to today. Feels like it was about 5 weeks ago that Dana Bash and Kamala Harris and Tim Walz did their little charade on CNN, but it was only 5 days ago. But it'll be the first chance for all of us to react to that from Thursday night. Big shout out to Tony Bruno and Robin. The format still exists. We didn't lose the FCC license.
Boy, I got to tell you, I got some emails. Apparently in the cut sheet, and maybe one of the guys who was here can weigh in on this because neither of us were here, or any of us were here. But they played on the cut sheet a dog being shot.
On the cut sheet?
What the hell is wrong with that?
I have no idea.
Like, what? I got so many emails about that. Like, they had to turn it off. Like,
Tony can address that tomorrow at 8:30.
Oh man,
because it'll be Wednesday already.
Who's advising? Who's approving these things to happen?
I know.
Yeah,
we're gonna need some editorial discretion here moving forward. No dogs being shot on the radio.
Oh man!
Wow.
Morning drive.
Might have to take Bruno out behind the woodshed before it's over. Unbelievable. By the way, 1 week away from the debate. That'll be next Tuesday, September 10th. Hard to believe that's already here. And, of course, it'll be here in Philadelphia. So we will get to that. Also, this morning, the muted mic conversation, the tactics of the Harris campaign, and a lot of other good things, including the cut sheet and your voicemails. I got to imagine we've got about 38,000 voicemails in the hopper.
I haven't even opened them yet, but I am sure that there's a lot.
All right.
There's a ton.
All right. Looking forward to it. Before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:04. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored this morning by First Harvest Credit Union on this, chillier than normal morning, 69 degrees.
And just so everybody knows, yes, we're working on Dawn Stensland's camera. We know there's no camera,
yes.
But it's a 4-day or 3-day weekend, so of course things don't go correct.
Right.
You know
Nothing's changed around here, folks. Still the same song and dance.
Friday, the entire video system crashed, so there's no video. Like, oh God.
Just 2 schlubs on film.
I need to be back. Sorry, John.
Sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union, 69 degrees. This beautiful, it's actually a Tuesday morning, so we got that going for us, which is nice.
Yes.
Shorter week.
Amen.
September 3rd already, so let's get to it. Sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. In the news this morning, we have, first of all, we have a 3-year-old little boy has died after being found unresponsive in a pond. This is Tredyffrin Township, Pennsylvania, pronounced dead after being found at the Wilson Farm Park in Tredyffrin Township, Pennsylvania, as authorities have announced this. He was missing. They were searching for him, police responding and looking for him last night. And when they arrived, they did finally found the little boy after a search in the pond about 100 yards from the park's playground area. That's according to police. They tried to resuscitate the little boy, rushed him to Children's Hospital of Philadelphia's King of Prussia location, where he was later pronounced dead. They're not releasing yet his identity or a cause of death, and they continue to investigate this tragic situation over Labor Day weekend. Quite a controversy, and this one's making national news in Philadelphia because, these ads popped up showing that our Philadelphia Eagles are endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris for president. No, not so fast. The representatives from the Philadelphia Eagles say they are working to, quote, crack down on these counterfeit political ads that have appeared, but some people actually thought they were real. They're on those the bus stop placards, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
And so some people actually thought that the Eagles are in the business of endorsing now presidential candidates.
Yes, and if you've seen it circulating on social media, you've got Kamala Harris wearing the Kelly Green Eagles helmet with her hair flowing out the back of the helmet. And, they are obviously not connected in any way to the Philadelphia Eagles, which, by the way, could an owner endorse and come out and publicly say, I'm voting for somebody? Sure, it's their right. But when you put the team logo in the helmet, which, again, the Eagles are not doing, I would say that's, obviously a bad look, which, of course, they would never do. Although, could you imagine if it was the opposite and these were Donald Trump pictures wearing an Eagles helmet and somebody did that the other way around? How hilarious that would be.
With AI, though, guys, I mean, you can make anybody look like anything.
Oh, they look great. It looks.
Do we have the ad, Phil? Can you pull it up there? I know I sent it to you.
Yeah.
Do you have the ad, the video?
It's either a video or a still shot, but yeah.
I think it's got 23.
Okay.
It's pretty cool.
It looks great,
that
except,
they did
of
that.
course, the Eagles are not behind it. But I want to know how long that was up for, right? Because I didn't keep track of it.
90% of the Philadelphia Eagles are probably voting for Kamala Harris. I'm sure.
Well, yeah.
I'm sure they're fine with it.
Yeah. And I have no problem if Jeffrey Lurie votes for Kamala Harris or donates to her thing. You just never have a pro franchise come out and, as an organization, support a political candidate. Bad luck if that's the case, which we know, of course, is not true.
But some people pointed out that the ads link to Philadelphia Eagles, PhiladelphiaEagles.com/vote, which is actually a real site.
Oh, so it is a real site, but there's no mention or picture or image of Harris.
Right.
I'm going to look at it
It's
now.
a real site that the team set up, but it helps provide nonpartisan information to allow people to know how to register to vote.
Yep, I'm looking at it right now.
So it's pretty clever. Whoever did this put a lot of thought into it.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at it right now, PhiladelphiaEagles.com/vote. You'll just see the Eagles logo, and you can text Eagles to 26797 to register to vote. And it says the PA and New Jersey primaries are approaching, and they've got dates dating back to this past spring. So those are obviously, they've passed, but it doesn't look like it's been updated since June.
We're going to see a lot more of this stuff, by the way. I mean, with AI and deep fakes and all that stuff.
Yep.
I'm surprised we haven't gotten a call yet from somebody claiming to be somebody else saying, vote for so-and-so.
Get ready to be duped in the next 60 days.
Yeah.
Well, they've denounced it. They've said it's not real. The only question I think, Nick, you brought up the fact, imagine if that same situation happened, but you had Trump there with his blonde locks flowing, how fast these things would be gone.
Now, if they want to do a bipartisan thing and put both of them in an Eagles helmet on their official website, like the helmets colliding, remember the old Bud Bowl, Bud Light versus Budweiser? That'd be great.
One of the headlines, since we're talking about the Eagles, our Phillies beat the Braves in the 11th inning as Nick Castellanos plays the hero headline in the Philadelphia Inquirer. So that one from yesterday.
Everybody good now? They took care of the Braves. They beat them 3 out of 4. All the panic is that at ease now? The anxiety has gone away. Up, 7 games? It's over.
La-di-da.
It's
so
over.
there. 3-2 victory.
Division's
it's
theirs.
over.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think the division was theirs May 11th.
Yeah.
So,
but it was down to 5 a few days ago.
I know
and everyone was like, oh, no, are we going to collapse?
I know it was.
And they took care of business.
I know that a lot of people are excited about the fact that Philadelphia takes center stage with the preparation for the first POTUS presidential debate here in Philadelphia. I would wonder if you took a poll, what are people talking about more? Philadelphia Eagles getting ready for the season opener in Brazil, or next week's Constitution Center debate of POTUS's?
I was going to ask you who comes home safer and who comes home alive, the Eagles from Brazil or Trump from a public rally.
Why are we going to Brazil?
I know. To grow the stinking game. So tired of that.
It's
cool.
It's not cool.
I think it's
stupid.
cool.
It's stupid.
First of all, it's a soccer country.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
They like football.
Hate Brazil.
It's awful. I mean, you got the gangs and the crimes. How bad is it that... So the NFL wants to grow the game in a nation where they say, hey, don't bring any of your friends and family, don't wear the color green, and don't wear your jewelry. Great. Why don't we
curious.
just play in Kensington?
Just curious. They banned X, right, in Brazil.
Yes.
Did I see that?
That just came down.
So if you're over there as a beat reporter or an Eagles reporter, you can't tweet anything out, right? Because it's banned over there.
I think it's unless you have a VPN. But I read on Saturday or Sunday, if you're caught using the VPN on X in Brazil, the government can fine you $8,800 a day.
Well, just use Truth Social.
Yeah. Although I thought I saw something that the ban was lifted, unless I misread that yesterday. But I know it definitely, to your point, it did happen. I'm not sure if it's still effective.
I thought the court ruling it's going through the courts.
Right.
So I thought, to Greg's point, the latest court ruling said most people are not going to be able to use it.
Oh boy.
Why are we giving our amazing American culture to people who don't want it?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, let's
you nationalists.
grow the game, please. I don't need to grow the game.
I agree. Watch it on TV. That's how you grow it.
Yeah, just God, these attempts to make everybody like what we like. Who cares?
I know. I hate when baseball goes overseas, football. The NFL London thing. I'm so over that.
Yeah.
People showing up with jerseys for players that aren't even in the game on a different team.
Plus, it's a Friday night game.
I know. We got Dawn's high school football.
That's
boys.
right, baby.
Yeah.
By the way, how'd the bash at the beach go? Or bash at the boardwalk, or whatever you guys do?
Our guys lost.
They did?
Yeah, it was exciting.
How was the weather?
Oh my gosh, it was fine. Everybody was complaining, but it was actually good football weather.
Yeah, that's true.
Friday was.
Did you guys cover?
Sore topic. Labor Day yesterday. The whole team spent like 4 hours looking at film and reviewing.
Sitting in the ice tub.
Yeah.
Looking at wounds.
Yeah. Remember those days?
Yeah, I do.
Well, speaking of the weather, 76 degrees for your Tuesday, as Greg says. Today, 76 degrees. Tomorrow, 79. Thursday, some clouds move in and warmer, more humid air moves in. So enjoy today and tomorrow. Thursday, Friday, we are at 80 degrees. Like I say, a lot of clouds moving through. And then Saturday, 77 degrees, mostly cloudy, and rain moving through for our first full weekend in September. But Sunday, definitely the more beautiful day. Sunday, 76 degrees. So today, as it is the first day, the first official day back to school for Philadelphia and for the suburbs, many kids for the first time going back to school, depending on where you are.
Day number 5 for my girls. They were there Monday through Thursday last week. Of course, they get a 4-day weekend, and now they're back at it.
Yeah, that's why it's stupid. Just start the Tuesday or Wednesday after Labor Day and just be done with it.
Yeah.
Agreed. Start tomorrow, Wednesday.
Ridiculous.
Let the kids
Just
have
stop.
summer.
They legitimately did nothing the first 4 days, play games and stuff. I'm like, you're in 5th grade, not kindergarten.
Yeah.
What's the point of this?
Yeah. So true.
Yep.
We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union. Build stronger financial roots with First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth savings account. Earn as high as 3.5 annual percentage yield while having flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com for all the details. Membership restrictions do apply. Insured by NCUA. Thank you, First Harvest Credit Union, for sponsoring our first edition back, Kayal & Company Newsline.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:15 on a Tuesday. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And it's brought to you by Natural Lands. The Big Take, 40 days, zero substance. Kamala Harris replaced Joe Biden atop the Democratic ticket, and the American public had to wait 40 days for her to give a one-on-one interview. After almost 6 weeks of waiting, we were presented zero substance on Thursday night, August 29th. And I had to wait 5 days to share these takeaways and reactions from that nothing burger on CNN with Dana Bash and Lying Timmy. As far as I'm concerned, Kamala Harris did very little to impress the American public. Dana Bash did very little to elevate CNN as a news media outlet. But the biggest turd of the night was Vice President nominee Tim Walz. We'll get to him in a moment. There was, according to my math, at least 12 or 13 different topics that should have been discussed in a setting that was super friendly to Kamala Harris, that could have created an interview of 60, 75, maybe even 90 minutes. Instead, we ended up with a question of what would you do on day one, energy and fracking, The economy and inflation, immigration and the border, policy reversals, and the war in the Middle East, as well as Tim Walz's service lies about his military career. There was the occasional follow-up and pushback, ever so lightly, by Dana Bash, but in the end, it was exactly what I anticipated and probably what many of you expected. A soft landing with a female media member who grills Republican men like J.D. Vance much more harshly on a network that has tanked since the Trump days. Granted, the interview scored 6 million viewers per Mediaite, which is a major bump for CNN, but in the end, it was lamestream media and more of hiding Harris. Let's start with day one. If elected, what would you do, Kamala? Here was that exchange. Listen and watch.
If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you, first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward, in a way that generations of Americans have been fueled by hope and by optimism. I think, sadly, in the last decade, we have had in the former president someone who has really been pushing an agenda and an environment that is about diminishing the character and the strength of who we are as Americans, really dividing our nation, and I think people are ready to turn the page on that.
So what would you do day one?
Day one, it's going to be about, one, implementing my plan for what I call an opportunity economy. I've already laid out a number of proposals in that regard, which include what we're going to do to bring down the cost of everyday goods, what we're going to do to invest in America's small businesses, what we're going to do to invest in families, for example, extending the child tax credit to $6,000 for families for the first year of their child's life, to help them buy a car seat, to help them buy baby clothes, a crib. There's the work that we're going to do that is about investing in the American family around affordable housing, a big issue in our country right now. So there are a number of things on day one.
That was an absolutely worthless word salad. Kudos to Dana Bash for at least following up after Kamala gave no answer as to what she's going to do on day number one. But again, talking about the last decade as if Trump was in office, when 12 of the last 16 years, Democrats have been in office. More of copying J.D. Vance and Trump's child tax credit. And oh, by the way, housing will be $25,000 more expensive with that credit. And she's responsible, as is Joe Biden, for decimating the middle class. But what about energy? We know Pennsylvania will likely decide everything. What is your stance on fracking? Listen and watch this.
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
In 2019, I believe, at a town hall, you said you were asked, would you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day in office? And you said, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
What made you change that position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed. I believe it is very important that we take seriously what we must do to guard against what is a clear crisis in terms of the climate. And to do that, we can do what we have accomplished thus far. The Inflation Reduction Act, what we have done to invest, by my calculation, over probably $1 trillion over the next 10 years, investing in a clean energy economy. What we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs. That tells me, from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking. In fact, Dana, I cast the tie-breaking vote that actually increased leases for fracking.
All right, so let's try to make sense of this. Her values have not changed, but have her policies. Kamala, what are you then? Are you a communist? Are you a Marxist, a socialist? The flip-flopping is astounding. EV mandates. Are you done with that position as well? I'm just trying to figure out exactly what you are, Madam Vice President. Are you a radical leftist at heart? Do you want to be more liberal or moderate so you can win the election and then assert your progressive policies post-election? Do you have zero conviction, zero beliefs, or do they just blow in whatever direction the wind goes? Or are you just the installed puppet for a globalist agenda? But what about the border? Let's take a listen to the czar on immigration. Listen and watch this.
Our issue, big one, is immigration. As Vice President, you were tasked with addressing the root causes of migration in southern countries and
northern part of Central America.
The northern part of Central America that affects the southern border of the U.S. During the Biden-Harris administration, there were record numbers of illegal border crossings. Why did the Biden-Harris administration wait 3.5 years to implement sweeping asylum restrictions?
Well, first of all, the root causes work that I did as Vice President, that I was asked to do by the President, has actually resulted in a number of benefits, including historic investments by American businesses in that region. The number of immigrants coming from that region has actually reduced since we began that work. But I will say this, that Joe Biden and I and our administration worked with members of the United States Congress on an immigration issue that is very significant to the American people and to our security, which is the border. And through bipartisan work, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, a bill was crafted, which we supported, which I support. And Donald Trump got word of this bill that would have contributed to securing our border, and because he believes that it would not have helped him politically, he told his folks in Congress, don't put it forward. He killed the bill.
So let me get this straight. You flood the country for 3.5 years with potential new voters, maybe as high as 15 million individuals. Countless crimes were committed. Women, children, families, adults, either assaulted, raped, or murdered. And then you say, you know what, after 3.5 years, all right, let's put a lid on this. Let's try to fix everything with 6 months before the election. And then you're mad that Republicans aren't giving you a get out of jail for free card in the 9th inning. And then, of course, when in doubt, blame Donald Trump. Doesn't work that way. What about the economy? What about inflation? The cost of living is out of control. Here was Bash Ann Harris. Listen and watch this.
You have been Vice President for 3.5 years.
Yeah.
The steps that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
Well, first of all, we had to recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought inflation down to less than 3%.
Inflation was 1.4% when Kamala Harris and Joe Biden went into office. It soared to as much as 9.1%, and it's now down to 2.9%. By my math, that is still double what it was under Donald Trump. So I wouldn't be bragging about where inflation is and where the cost of goods are. But honestly, I think maybe the biggest loser of the night was Tim Walz on Thursday evening. What was the point of him even being there? I joked about it on last Wednesday's show about him being Kamala Harris's emotional support animal last Wednesday, but he literally offered nothing. Here's proof that he isn't the brightest bulb in the house. Listen and watch this.
The country is just starting to get to know you. I want to ask you a question about how you've described your service in the National Guard. You said that you carried weapons in war, but you have never deployed actually in a war zone. A campaign official said that you misspoke. Did you?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud. I've done 24 years of wearing the uniform of this country. Equally proud of my service in a public school classroom, whether it's Congress or the governor. My record speaks for itself, but I think people are coming to get to know me. I speak like they do. I speak candidly. I wear my emotions on my sleeves, and I speak especially passionately about our children being shot in schools and around guns. So I think people know me. They know who I am. They know where my heart is. And again, my record has been out there for over 40 years to speak for itself.
And the idea that you said that you were in war.
Yeah.
Did you misspeak, as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar's not always correct. But again, if it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me, or it's an attack on my dog. I'm not going to do that. And the one thing I'll never do is I'll never demean another member's.
So let me get this straight. Grammar. Bad grammar? That's what that was? Your wife correcting you on you misspeaking? That's it? That's the best you came up with after 30 days of being railed on day after day about your lies? And you're just going to claim, well, I'm a passionate guy. I wear my emotions on my sleeve. By the way, Mr. Walls, the grammar jar's here in the studio if you care to make a donation to Families Behind the Badge. But even your brother knows that you're full of it. We'll get to that later in the show. It was the front page cover story of the New York Post on Sunday. And speaking of the New York papers, New York Times columnist Bret Stephens writing on Friday that Harris was vague and vacuous and that the interview did not help her. For those wondering, vacuous is defined as having or showing a lack of thought or intelligence or mindless. That sums up Kamala in a nutshell. But even CNN and David Axelrod were critical in their post-game coverage. Listen and watch this final clip.
It wasn't a huge, I don't think she moved the ball that much forward.
You know, maybe she didn't score a touchdown.
I don't think everyone was saying this was like an A+, but they basically got through it.
We saw why it took her 35 days to do an interview. You know, she was mushy, she was weak, and it was artificial. It felt contrived the whole way. In her second sentence, she said we need a new way forward. But she's the incumbent vice president, so she made the case for change in her second sentence into the interview. I don't think it worked out very well for her.
I don't think there's a policy separation that they've created with Biden. Obviously, she gave a kind of personal defense of him.
The fact check, bottom line, Abby, is that she did not actually make clear at a 2020 debate that she had changed her previous support for a fracking ban. But maybe other people feel differently. I certainly did not hear anywhere in there Kamala Harris saying that she personally had abandoned her previously expressed 2019 view.
Much like the convention, the interview was the same. Large crowd in Chicago, but zero policy. Big ratings on CNN, but zero substance. Maybe that's enough to win. Perhaps it's not, though. 7 days from now, potentially the last chance for Harris and Trump to make their cases in what could be the first and only debate. But last Thursday night was not it. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
The Big Take this morning brought to you by Natural Lands. The best carbon capture system has already been invented. It's called trees. They pull carbon out of the atmosphere and they store it for centuries. Natural Lands, nature preserves store where nearly 2 tons of carbon are located. And they'll never be developed. Learn more at natlands.org. Natural Lands, land for life. Nature for all. Your thoughts, reactions, certainly encouraged and welcomed at 855-839-1210. We'll get everybody's thoughts on that interview from last Thursday, as well as what lies ahead here in the next 7 days, as the debate is 1 week from tonight. It's Kayal & Company, live here on this Tuesday morning. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard us talk about FanDuel in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you now through September 22nd. All FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of the NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. I've said this before. This is my favorite promo that we do on. This is the best deal. $5 and you get 3 weeks free of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. I have it. It's for degenerate gamblers. It's amazing. Three games all in one. You can watch, flip back and forth. It's great. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out of market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel any time. Just go to FanDuel.com/Greg to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President, Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's that time for the Rescue Natural Supplement Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 70% off Plus, enjoy free shipping too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and so much more. Call them at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 30 to 70% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 70% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal right now. Start feeling like a new you with Rescue today.
The best carbon capture system has already been invented. Trees. They pull carbon out of the atmosphere and store it for centuries. Natural Lands Nature Preserves stored nearly 2 tons of carbon, and they'll never be developed. Learn more at natlands.org. Natural Lands, land for life, nature for all.
Land Rover is more than a luxury vehicle. It's a lifestyle. Range Rover, Defender, and Discovery, 3 exclusive brands, each with distinct characteristics that reflect unique driving needs. To ensure the finest ownership experience, every new Range Rover, Defender, and Discovery vehicle is covered by a 4-year or 50,000-mile limited warranty, 24-hour roadside assistance, and more. Visit one of 4 convenient locations: Land Rover Willow Grove, Westchester, Wilmington, and Harrisburg, part of Piazza Premium Automobiles.
Hi, it's Rich Zioli. I'm joined here today by my friend, the co-president and CEO of Cooper University Healthcare, the one and only Dr. Anthony Mazzarelli. Dr. Maz and I are here to tell you about our buddy, Dr. Mike Veneria. Not only is he my dentist, he's my family's dentist as well. And not sure if you knew this, he's Dr. Maz's dentist too.
That's right, Rich. Dr. Mike Veneria is and has been my dentist also. And doctors choosing doctors, that can be quite a selective process. And not only do I go to them, but for years, my sister and my niece and my nephew, the whole family goes.
Well, it's no secret. We're all delighted by the care that Dr. Mike Veneria and his award-winning team provide, and you need to check him out.
Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, implant dentistry, you don't need to look any further. Dr. Veneria's office does everything. Dr. Veneria's office also exceeds all CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control, like their centralized UV sterilization of airflow, which is incredibly important to me.
Locations are right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. Your perfect smile's waiting. Call 856-786-2020 or visit veneriadental.com.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-246-0553. 800-246-0553. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-246-0553.
The following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Somewhere in the distance, I hear the bells ring. Darkness settles on the
It's Kayal Company, 6:35. Welcome back in. Hopefully all of you had a great Labor Day weekend. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. The whole gang back together again. Different kind of gang than you'll see in Brazil on a Friday night for an NFL game. Well, we'll get to that later this week. 855-839-1210. You know, Dawn, I hate having to wait 5 days to talk about something as big as the first interview for Kamala Harris that we had to wait 5.5 weeks for. But by the way, if you just heard in the big take as well as that ad, she, and I've said this for a while, that equity for Kamala Harris is code for socialism, but we know that there's a negative stigma to DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, because a lot of companies are ditching it. And I think she's ditching the word equity now for the new phrase, which is an opportunity economy. That's the new buzzword that she's going to be using to replace equity. But what were your thoughts and takeaways from sitting through that on Thursday night and having to bottle up your opinions for 5 days?
I think it all comes down to who do you believe? So it all comes down to credibility, because now they're flip-flopping. Now they're all pro, American steel. Take the issue. They want to, they're taking a lot of the Trump winning issues and saying, "Oh no, that's ours." And so at the end of the day, who do you trust? And I think that whichever brand, and I go back to brand, and not just because our brand manager, Greg Stalker, is here, but I think that brand does matter. And so everybody knows the Trump brand. So the good, the bad, and the proof, proof of really the proven winner. I say he's a proven winner, but the proof of performance, let's say.
And you know exactly, to your point, when you say brand, like it or hate it, this is what he, like, there's no trying to figure out what Trump stands for or what he believes in. Like Tim Walz says, I wear my emotion on my sleeves. No, like Trump wears Trump is about as transparent as it gets. Everything is out there, and it's up for you to decide, and pretty much everybody has decided one way or the other, whether they're on the Trump train or not. But I didn't get the feeling that Harris has any conviction on Thursday night. That was an opportunity for her to show some conviction and some backbone and some policy. But it was more of the same thing, Dawn. It's just but it's like, and it's an art, honestly. I used to say this years ago when I was producing for Tony Bruno. I said Tony's got the gift of gab from the standpoint of he could do like 8 minutes on the Eagles, and I have no idea what the hell he just said. And it's not a shot at Tony, but like as a talk show host, you just have to be able to keep rolling and rolling. And she can ramble, but she doesn't say anything. That's the thing that's infuriating. Like, I give Bash a little bit of credit for at least pushing back 2 or 3 times where it was like, well, are you really going to answer my question? Because she didn't answer it with the day one clip, right? Mm-hmm. It was just like all this blah, 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 blah. Okay, so what are you going to actually do? And then she said opportunity economy. What exactly is an opportunity economy, Kamala? I mean, to me, it sounds like you're again repackaging equity where, not everybody starts in the same position, but we all end up in the same position. That's not the way life works in a capitalistic society, especially in our industry, Dawn. In this industry, you either make it or you don't. There's no everybody gets a show and everybody has this and everybody has that. There's the haves and the have-nots of every aspect of society. And I feel like Kamala Harris is trying to create this faux, artificial middle class that, A, she's responsible for decimating, and B, not everybody makes it to, the top 5% of society in life. And I didn't think Walz was any better on Thursday night either. I mean, what was that about? No. I know we talked about, I made the joke about the emotional support animal, but I mean, he's basically, who is he? Cotton Eye Joe? Hey, he's just sitting there as like the lovable pop-up?
That was weird that he just sat there. But,
he did.
But then he never answered any of her questions, and she allowed him to dodge. And you think in contrast to the style that most of them use. So they'll play a clip. She could have gone through with Tim Walz. Well, let's hear what you said when you talked about war, weapons of war. And so let's listen to that, and now you respond. Because that's the way that they usually do these things. Or same with Kamala Harris. Mm-hmm. Well, here's what you said not so long ago. You're saying 4 years, but I mean, not for nothing, you were running for president of the United States of America. These were your stances. Let's listen to what you said and play it and let them respond. But they didn't do that. And so I just thought even Dana Bash's, her, what do you say, her sitting face, you can tell in just the look in her face that and her tone, it's completely different from when she or anybody on CNN, they get that like terse, pursed lip church lady thing, whether it's a man or a woman.
It's the Caitlin Collins thing,
and they,
right?
And they get that little cadence,
Yep.
And then they constantly interrupt. You didn't see that, and there's a reason for that. They're rooting for these people,
yeah,
and that's a sin. That's a shame.
Well, that's a very good point you brought up, Dawn, about the Dana Bash interview with J.D. Vance versus how she treated Kamala Harris and Walz. And our friends at the Washington Free Beacon put together a little montage of how she treated both candidates.
Oh, we got footage.
Phil, if you can pull up cut 5 here. I was going to play this on the cut sheet, but what the hell. For all you 642 listeners,
yes.
This is a treat for you. This is cut 5. This is how Dana Bash treated J.D. Vance versus how she treated Kamala Harris. Cut 5, Phil, go.
Thank you so much for doing this.
Yep.
Appreciate it, Senator.
Thank
so
you.
You guys seem to be struggling a little bit with how to approach the new dynamic. Madam Vice President, Governor Walz, thank you so much for sitting down with me and bringing the bus. Bus tour is well underway here in Georgia. If you are elected, what would you do on day 1 in the White House?
If you go to Kamala Harris's campaign page right now, they still don't have a policy.
Well, let's talk about policy
positions
versus
about what they're.
So I'm very clear about where I stand.
And was there some policy or scientific data that you saw that you said, oh, okay, I get it now? There's no evidence that Kamala Harris threw him overboard. But I want to move on to something that Governor Walz has called you and Donald Trump, and that is weird. How should voters look at some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here in your policy? Is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more about the information? Is it because you were running for president in a Democratic primary? One last question. Governor Walz served 24 years.
Sure.
He even stayed after he could have retired because of 9/11. He filed his election paperwork February 10th, 2005. He retired 2 months before they actually got the paperwork. I've seen a lot of statements from veterans, including those you served with, saying it's just untoward to be criticizing somebody who served for 24 years.
He decided to quit, to retire, whatever word you want to use.
Retire.
Wow.
The idea that you said that you were in war. Did you misspeak, as the campaign has said?
Dana, do you think that it's a problem that he said I went to war, but he didn't actually? That seems to be a problem to me.
Well, they've corrected that. Let's move on to when he called.
There you go. It's just a little bit of it.
So as Dawn was saying, basically, Dana Bash in front of a Republican is like an ex-wife in divorce court, and then Dana Bash in front of Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, it's like story time, right? It's just, it's like softball after softball. Totally different vibes, right?
You said story time.
Uh-huh.
And that is perfect
Yeah.
because there's this upspeak. I bet change. And it's like her voice is smiling.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Her voice is, Dad, what will you do? And and there's literally a grovel in her voice.
Like
when
she's a scorned woman, right?
Yes.
Like just
when you're and let's and it's very Germanic, if you will.
Yep.
The tone, if you just listen, and probably you're noticing it more if you're listening rather than watching. But if you were watching, you see that sort of that downward. Like all the church lady, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Dana Carvey kind of, oh, well, isn't that special? Kind of look, that frowny face.
Yep.
And then there's this, the twinkling eyes. It's all of it. And maybe you say, well, somebody has the right to maybe their personal preference. It just shows you where her head and her heart are when she's doing these interviews.
Right. Yep.
And so there's absolutely no pushback.
Nope.
And it's a shame because the truth is, I think when you give somebody a tough interview, if you're always that tough interviewer, and I think that's why so many people I heard, they were talking about the late, great Tim Russert back in the day, right?
Sure.
That if you, even journalism schools will study him. Because if you look at Tim Russert across the board, he was tough on everybody, always ended on a light note. Somebody's kid, their baseball game, or talk about their sports love, whatever. But he was consistent with that. You're respecting the person you interview, but you're also being self-respectful.
Yep. 855-839-1210. Coming up next, we'll wrap up the 6 o'clock hour. No bump from the convention as well as the interview. What does it mean for Harris? And then also, what is the plan of attack with 1 week to go before the debate? NBC News with a very interesting story on what Kamala's strategy will be. And I think it's playing right into the hands of Donald Trump. We'll continue Kayal and Company on a Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes to storage solutions, they get the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Put this on the calendar now. If you're thinking about all the fall and especially the holiday season coming up, entertaining, where does everybody end up? In your kitchen. So put that free consultation, that in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Get it on the calendar. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You might wonder, John Legend, how do you keep your voice sounding so legendary? Honey. And how do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season, designed for recent variants.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC.
The fresher, the better.
Ask your healthcare provider about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process process ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Bob Casey is lying to seniors. Listen to this whopper.
We're lowering prescription drug costs. We're lowering prescription drug costs.
Lowering prescription drug costs? Not even close. Prices for medications are soaring. Casey's had nearly 2 decades in Washington. He hasn't fixed it. He's made it worse. Casey even voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits. That's right, Casey pushed higher taxes on seniors. Casey also voted for a bill that could raise out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors. Seniors are already struggling with sky-high prices. But instead of helping, Bob Casey is trying to fool seniors and hide his failed record. Casey has had nearly 20 years in Washington. What's he given us? Higher costs and higher taxes. That's the real Bob Casey. He's wrong for Pennsylvania. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
.52, Kayal and Company, Tuesday morning, as we wrap up the 6 o'clock hour here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dawn will have some news to kick off the 7 o'clock hour. What's on the cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning, and of course your voicemails right around 9:45 this morning. Looking forward to that. I'm not buying what Kamala is selling as far as the muted microphone conversation, nor do I think the strategy that an NBC report is putting out there when it pertains to how she plans to go after Trump here during the stretch run. We'll get to those stories coming up. But I got to tell you, it is pretty remarkable that you have your convention August 19th through the 22nd. A week goes by. Then on August 29th, you have your first interview after 40 days. And the betting markets and the polling does not provide any encouraging news for Kamala Harris when it pertains to a bump. In fact, Donald Trump now has a 3-point lead in the betting market odds from Polymarket. And then the Trafalgar Group, a polling corporation, has Trump up 1 in Wisconsin, 2 in Pennsylvania, and 1 in Michigan. And as we know, it all could come down to Pennsylvania. We'll also get to a story coming up in hour number 3 with Pennsylvania and Georgia, because the path of least resistance for Trump, if he wins 3 of the 7 swing states, he wins the election, that being North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Hour number 2 is on the way. Dawn will have some news when we come back as we continue live here on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, it's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano at Batteries Plus Bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My great friend Roy is looking for help. A handy do-it-yourselfer would be ideal. Great low-pressure part-time job. Customer service is the key. If you're willing to do what it takes to help, you need to talk to Roy. Be part of the team. They power it, they light it, they fix it. Roy says tell them all the time, we fix things, phones and all of that. Give them a call at 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Is your kitchen or bathroom in need of a makeover?
It's time to transform your home into a personal oasis with Emmons Remodeling.
Our expert team specializes in kitchen and bathroom renovations, creating beautiful, functional spaces you and your family will love. We handle everything from design to installation.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show and meet Ike Reese.
Archbishop Wood basketball team, it's your boy Ike Reese.
That's Conklin at Wood, September 28th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
7 o'clock. Tuesday morning, hour number 2 of Kayal and Company is underway. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day and your work week. Kiddies going back to school. Mom and dad back to work. Before you know it, the sun will be setting at 5:15. Stalker's going to be mad. Summer's over. I can't believe it. That weather yesterday was glorious, by the way. What a beautiful day it was. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, good to have you guys in. 855-839-1210. Get us on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Your voicemails 9:45. And you can get those voicemails in by pulling us up on the Odyssey app. And right as you hit the Listen Live button, to the right of that little microphone, you tap that, you say whatever you want to say, you hit the send button, and boom, you're on the radio at 9:45 with anything that you want to talk about. And you've had a lot to think about and stew over the last 5 days. We'll get to those coming up. But let's get to some news right now. Round number 2 at 7:01, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning in Kayal and Company News Live. 59 degrees this chilly back-to-school Tuesday morning, September 3rd. And what an incredible forecast we have for you. Our news is sponsored in Kayal and Company, sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union this morning. In Philadelphia, a woman has been charged with DUI in a crash that turned deadly, killed 2 people on I-95 in Philadelphia. Dimple Patel is charged with DUI and other related offenses from that March crash that killed Aktilek Bakhtiyarov and Tolabek Eskambigov. She was driving while under the influence, they say, when she struck and killed these 2 individuals back in March. Patel expected to turn herself in at Pennsylvania State Police Philadelphia Station on Belmont Ave this morning, but she's charged with homicide by vehicle.
Wow.
Officially charged with that while driving drunk. So that, and involuntary manslaughter, a whole list of charges. One of the interesting facts of this tragic story is that these 2 men, their Toyota Prius was disabled on the left shoulder of the road there on I-95 northbound. And the situation, according to Pennsylvania State Police, is that she was driving her 2022 yellow Ford Mustang Mach-E with a hands-free type driving feature. So in other words, it's that she had the cruise control on and those systems were activated, but it was like a self-driving type mode.
I got to tell you, I've never once in my life ever felt comfortable using cruise control or those self-drive modes. Like nowadays, you got some of these cars that drive themselves. I would never do that. I would never feel comfortable not having my hands on the wheel. I just can't do it.
You have to wonder, Nick, and it'll all come out as she's obviously going to turn herself in this morning, or expected to, according to Pennsylvania State Police. But she was driving, they say, about 72 miles an hour, struck the back of one vehicle. That then caused a domino impact, and all 4 vehicles were involved in this deadly crash. But you wonder was she aware that she had too much to drink? And then will she be able to argue, well, I put it in a hands-free type AI mode, thinking it would get me home safely. Will this be a new issue for people?
Yeah, it does. I would argue it doesn't matter. You're still intoxicated behind the wheel, and you have the ability to put it into that mode and take it out of that mode, which obviously means you're still operational and you're impaired, and it impacts your ability to use those features. So I don't think that's going to fly, would be my guess.
Yeah, so we'll continue to cover that one as we've covered. We've been following that story for you. A really tragic story that happened over the holiday weekend, is the story of Katie Goudreau, who's the sister of NHL star Johnny Gaudreau, and Matthew Gaudreau has been speaking out for the first time since her brother's tragic deaths in Salem County last week. So this was the eve of her wedding day, and they were to be in her wedding. It just, when I first heard this, I think it was over a long holiday weekend. So maybe if you're just hearing this, for those of you just, tuning back in, you took some time off over the Labor Day weekend, but the family tragedy that they have endured is incredible. As her two brothers were killed, they were on their bikes, riding bikes the night before her wedding. But now memorial for Johnny and Matthew Goudreau continues to grow there, as they're just putting up hockey sticks and flowers and purple Gatorade and Skittles and all their favorite stuff.
Yeah.
Just a tragic story now. And also a GoFundMe campaign has been established to help Matthew's widow, Madeline, in advance of the birth of their first baby.
Oh, my God.
I mean, it's just, oh, my goodness.
And on top of the eve of a wedding.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So they were, so she had, her brothers were, groomsmen in the wedding.
Yep.
She's getting married, but, was it Matthew, his wife is expecting their first baby, and the entire family. I mean, just your prayers are with them. As you can't imagine that kind of tragedy.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they were struck from behind, nothing they could have done, nothing, you're taking a bike ride in the evening and trying to be fit, and here this happens.
Yeah.
It's so sad.
Yes.
So I just wanted to mention that one as that continues in the headlines this morning. And for sports fans, there's so much there as we think about for Philadelphia sports fans, whether you're a Phillies fan. I mean, last night going into the 11th inning. So I know Phil's visit the Blue Jays tonight, 7:07 p.m. after beating the Braves in the 11th. Nick Castellanos. I mean, the headline this morning, the Inquirer plays the hero, but Castellanos also hit an RBI double in the 6th inning, accounted for all 3 of the Phillies' runs. And it took more than, 9 innings as we went into the 11th. But what an exciting game for a sellout crowd.
Yeah, they took 2 out of 3 against Houston, 3 out of 4 against Atlanta. We should play in the cut sheet later this morning, maybe in part due the Castellanos interview from last night or 2 nights ago. He was on SportsCenter after the winning run, and he gave the SportsCenter anchor a little bit of an attitude, and it was like classic Philadelphia. It was a pretty good clip.
I love it. Yeah, that would be, he goes, what did he say? This was a good day.
Yeah.
Or something. This was
like, well, it was the highlight. Or like, you saw the highlight or something. And she's just like, she was more befuddled than Dana Bash.
But it was, it's fun to talk about sports. And obviously we're talking a lot about Eagles, Packers in week 1, the showdown in Brazil, and a lot of headlines. And I know we'll talk more about it, but Nick mentioned earlier this morning, as we think about these 2 teams are not allowed to wear green because it's not a gang thing, is it? It's the fact that it's actually about sports fans in that part of the world, and so in some areas they've outlawed green. So what did they do? They chose 2 teams
with green in their logos.
Green. So now their uniforms are going to be different. Right? They're going to be different colors, one white, one more focused on black.
Oh, great.
But then, so to the point of, I know Darius Slay over the weekend speaking out saying, my family's not going, we're not safe, we were going to stay in our hotel rooms.
Mm-hmm.
But what about all of Phillies fans? Will this be a face-off? Because in Philadelphia, we are known as like the toughest fans.
Mm-hmm.
And so now we're going to this area. What are we going to be wearing?
I was just wondering how many actual Eagle fans are taking the trip to Brazil?
Yeah, I would think the fans are probably the bigger story, right? Are they, because they're going to be wearing green jerseys in a place where they've outlawed green.
And I'm assuming the players will be protected, and Brazil will be on their best behavior to make sure, because they want more games in the future, right? They want the NFL and the business that the NFL brings to their country. But we're going to have some of these stories of either fights that turn deadly, and then we're going to be wondering, whether it was fan on fan or was it a gang initiated thing. I guarantee there's going to be all kinds of disaster. And it's a Friday night.
Right?
A Friday night.
It's crazy.
But we can't have NFL football on Labor Day weekend, but we can have it on Friday night.
Exactly. I'll do a callback to a story that did not make big headlines here in Philadelphia. And it's a story that we had talked about, a follow-up story. But this is an MS-13 gang member who entered the country illegally, was charged after shooting at moving vehicles in Philadelphia. And actually, Henry Machette had found this story on another station down south. They were airing the story about a Philadelphia, MS-13 gang member. Their investigative unit was looking at it, and we had pointed out to you that really this has not made headlines here in Philadelphia. The story happened in Philadelphia.
And yet it's another market in another region of the
Yes.
country highlighting
Isn't
it.
that something?
It's amazing.
And it's because in red states, maybe their media is more likely to report on these things. But here, in Philadelphia, or let's say in New York or Chicago, you're not going to see that kind of reporting.
Yeah, I think that was that a Mississippi station?
Yes.
It was like a CBS affiliate in Mississippi, or maybe a Fox affiliate. I forget the affiliate, but I think it was Mississippi, which makes me wonder if they're doing and reporting about those stories that are occurring in Philadelphia, how often are they bringing up what's happening in Chicago?
Yeah.
Because Chicago's got it worse than us.
Yeah. I mean, you're
Amazingly.
exactly right.
Yeah.
So just, if you're just joining us and you've been off for a few days, Kayal and Company, we're back and we're strong, but always looking back and doing the follow-up stories too, because, you hear about some of these shootings that we talk about with Philadelphia PD. And what do I say at the end of the story? We have no suspects,
No motive.
motive.
Yep.
They're looking at surveillance images. It's almost like gratuitous that I have to end every story like that.
Yep.
Well, here's a small, like you said, a small market in Mississippi that's covering. By the way, the guy now arrested in that, a 39-year-old guy from El Salvador who's under arrest. MS-13 gang member.
Wonder what year he got here. 2021, 2022, 2023.
So there we have it. The forecast is absolutely stunning. We're in the mid-70s, 76 degrees, crisp, cool, sunny weather for back to school this Tuesday, today and tomorrow. Then we heat up into the 80s for the latter part of the week. Looks like we could have some cloudy and some showers, cloudy weather and showers for Saturday, but it's still we're too far away from that. The forecast always changes for the weekend, but looks like more summer-like weather moving into the weekend. Today and tomorrow, crisp, cool, beautiful back-to-school weather. American Heritage Credit Union sponsoring us, buying a home with My CU Home Connection program through American Heritage Credit Union. You can unlock exclusive cash rewards, benefits, discounts. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection. Insured by NCUA, not a member? Just join today. NMLS 433838, American Heritage Credit Union. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live.
Art Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210, the phone number. So I'm not understanding Kamala Harris from a strategy standpoint here, according to a report in NBC. And then also the ABC debate is 1 week from tonight. It's Tuesday, September 10th, right here in Philadelphia on Channel 6. But ABC News, if you missed the last 4 or 5 days, you were on vacation, down at the shore, checking out, ABC News rejects Kamala Harris's last-minute bid to change the debate rules with Donald Trump, and they will keep the microphones muted. And I don't buy what Kamala is selling here. Kamala Harris tweeted the following a few days ago, back on August 31st, saying Donald Trump is surrendering to his advisors who will not allow him to debate with a live microphone. If his own team doesn't have confidence in him, the American people definitely can't. We are running for president of the United States. Let's debate in a transparent way with the microphones on the entire time. I don't believe Harris here, because I would actually argue that muted microphones, which, by the way, that was the June 27th debate, Trump-Biden in Atlanta, Georgia, where they had the muted mics, 90 seconds, no interrupting, no notes. You had a bottle of water, a pen, and a little notepad. I would argue and make the case that muted microphones actually benefit Kamala Harris, and I think she actually knows it. I think she's putting on a front publicly with the media and in social media with that post I just read for you, because I don't think she would really welcome and want Donald Trump unmuted. We all know that if Trump is unmuted and can steamroll Kamala Harris, it's only going to work against Kamala Harris. Now, you could argue that it could work against Trump, but Trump was very good in the muted microphone setting. He waited his time. He was patient. Biden shot himself in the foot, and then Trump handled business. So I think that's going to be the same approach this time around, where Kamala Harris is going to word salad her way through 90 seconds, and Trump's not going to interrupt her. And I don't think she really wants the unhinged, uncaged, unmuted Donald Trump. According to the ABC News report, they declined to adopt VP Kamala Harris's request to have wholly unmuted microphones during the September 10th debate. Trump and Harris will be standing on stage, only allowed to have a pen, a pad of paper, and a bottle of water. And by the way, this is the same candidate in Kamala Harris who just recently, before we went on vacation after Wednesday, she wanted to be seated for the debate at a desk and to have notes. So now she's trying to make and portray that she wants Trump to be able to, spew his thing, do his spiel, and let's go back and forth and joust and battle. I don't know about you, Dawn, but I don't think that's going to go well for Kamala Harris if Trump can basically be a dog off of a leash. I mean, we saw what he did to Joe in a really sanitized setting. And of course, we know how he handled Hillary 8 years ago. And one of the clips that has been played a ton over the last 10 days to 2 weeks is that Tulsi Gabbard clip of 2020, where she obliterated Kamala Harris to the point where Kamala didn't make it to the Iowa primary. So does Kamala really want Trump to be unmuted? I'm not sure I believe that. I think this is all an act.
Yeah, I think any way that I look at this, her team is probably trying to mitigate ahead of things, try to mitigate the fact that she crumbles in these settings. And I think that Trump crushes her in any debate, and she knows it. So it's just, look at the reaction from her first interview. Well, she didn't suck. I mean, that's basically that's really what they're trying to do.
She didn't advance the football too far. That's what David Axelrod said.
To me, I think, part of this is they're going for what they're looking at are women and young women voters. And they're making it, the ads that I see that are emerging are all about the abortion issue and this, what do they call it, reproductive rights issue.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's where Kamala Harris, where she is going to go. And they're relying on women and young women and young women who are first-time voters.
Yeah.
That's where I think they're going, because as far as this goes, whether Trump is muted or not muted, he will still knock her off her game because she can hear him.
Mm-hmm.
She can hear what he's going to say it under his breath. He's going to say whatever. But it's still going to knock her off.
To your point, though, I mean, she has made inroads with females.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw the number over the weekend. I think it was on the Sunday shows. Joe was trailing Trump by 13 points with white women. Kamala is only down 2 points to Trump with white women. So she's made up 11 points. To your point of catering to women, she has done a really good job of taking that little segment of women that Trump might have had and making them hers, which should scare Trump voters.
Her team wanted the muted microphones, or didn't want the muted microphones, because she wanted to show him interrupting her and him being a bully and her to be able to use the line, "Excuse me, I'm talking." You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
That whole thing. Yes, they definitely wanted his microphones unmuted.
So they wanted that moment.
Because it's going to show, in their mind, it's going to show him kind of steamrolling her and being abrasive and all that stuff, which they're betting on the fact that the American people don't want.
Yeah.
Or at least women.
Right.
So that's why I believe that they wanted the microphones unmuted.
All right. And to your point, how is she preparing for the debate? According to 4 sources, keep calm and get under his skin. We'll give you the details on the other side. Is it effective? Will it work? We'll get to that on the other side. But first, a word from my friends at Piazza Mercedes. And we are talking today about the Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. Sleek and stylish on the outside, packed with advanced technology on the inside. Touchscreen interface, AI voice recognition, sure to impress. The 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with 255 horsepower. Available today at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or down the shore in Atlantic City. Shop online at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com.
You've heard us talk about FanDuel, in partnership with the Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you. Now, through September 22nd, 20 days from now, 19 days from now, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of the NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. This is a great deal. Then with YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg. Do it right now. FanDuel.com/Greg to download America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. Full price NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Fun, prizes, and surprises are in store for Fan Appreciation Night on September 25th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Cubs, and we celebrate the best fans in baseball. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Bring the fam to Giant Family Day on Sunday, September 15th at 1:35 when the Phils host the Mets, and kids 14 and under receive a Fanatic lunch bag. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever, overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control. We'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Can stick that claim. Good work is the key to good fortune. Winners take that praise, losers seldom take that blame.
926, 726. As we continue, it's Kayal and Company. I just zipped through 2 hours of the show.
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
What am I doing?
I don't know what you're doing.
855-839-1210, the phone number. Stalker's cut sheet coming up in less than 20 minutes. Took a peek at it last night. Super juicy. A lot of good stuff from the last 4-5 days, including the Sunday shows. And then, of course, your voicemails coming up at 9:45 this morning. So, from a strategy standpoint, I'm not sure that this makes a ton of sense either with Kamala Harris. And according to 4 sources telling NBC News that Kamala Harris is going to deploy the following strategy of keep calm and get under his skin when it comes to Donald Trump. Now, you can sit there and say Trump is easily triggered. He posts too much on social media. I totally got that. But according to the story, among Harris's chief aims, the sources said they are to avoid being pulled into Trump's personal attacks by remaining calm and focused on talking about how her presidency would help everyday people. Okay, no issue with that. I totally understand that. You're going to try to apparently talk about the issues, right? Although she never seems to go into policy. She never seems to supply any substance. And the most we got as far as substance last Thursday was this phrase called opportunity economy, but it's really just plagiarizing Trump on child tax credits, no taxing on tips, and of course the $25,000 home buyer assistance program, which of course will inflate property values even more. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Harris also claims to showcase what her campaign has characterized as Trump's lies, Trump's failures, and broken promises during his time in office, and to distinguish the administration she intends to lead from that of President Joe Biden while building on his legacy. Now, what's interesting is I would argue, and I think many of the pundits that we played for you over the last handful of weeks on CNN have showed that she hasn't separated herself from Joe Biden and that administration. You heard the montage led by David Axelrod, Abby Phillip, those people from CNN that I played for you at the end of the big take, where they were saying that she didn't really distinguish herself in that setting last Thursday. But a source told NBC News that while Harris's team is preparing to talk about a variety of topics, the campaign very much views the optics of the debate as critically important. To that end, the source said, Harris and her team are focusing on homing in on how to handle and needle Trump to rattle him. They write, in that sense, the source said, it's going to be less about substance and more about showcasing Harris as a woman who isn't scared and isn't going to cower and who is standing up to Trump and holding him accountable, which is exactly what Stocker mentioned in regards to the muting of the microphones and lifting the mute to allow Trump to speak so Kamala can say, excuse me, I'm talking. But I would argue, so you're saying, okay, it's less about substance and more about showcasing her strength. Well, it's never about substance with her. It's never about policy. And then if you're going to try to needle Trump to rattle him, I would argue you're playing into his strengths and his abilities. Trump is the best when he gets off prompter and he's just shooting from the hip and ad-libbing. That's what separates him from almost every other politician. He doesn't need to stay on teleprompter. He doesn't need to memorize a script. Now, you can argue that at times it hurts him as well. Her campaign is also saying they hope to, quote, remind people of what it was like during Donald Trump's years, the source said. So you want to remind us of what it was like? Okay, you want to remind me of $1.87 for gas? Or my grocery bill not being $100, but being $77? No wars in the Middle East, no war with Russia, Ukraine, and a more safe and secure border. Okay, let's revisit the Trump years, because they're making it sound like, from a policy standpoint and a bottom line life in America standpoint, that those were bad times. But they're going to try to drum up the chaos that the media created by taking every single thing that Trump said, whether in context or out of context, and trying to spread a wildfire. So I don't buy this get under Trump's skin and do the optics thing. I would actually argue, Dawn Stensland, that, you know what, if you're Kamala Harris and you've yet to roll out policy, I would say now's a great time, a week from now, to actually give us your policies. Because if you try to play that game with Trump, and look, if she does and he dunks on her, great. I mean, more power to him. You're like, don't get into the cage and try to rattle the tiger. It's like that lady at the zoo, right? You jumped over, you were going to pet the tiger, and then you realize you're going to get your hand bit off. I would tell Kamala Harris to proceed with caution if you think you're going to rattle Trump and get under his skin. You're playing to his strong suit, is she not?
Yeah, I think that she and her campaign will try to do everything to get under his skin. We saw in the last debate, the last presidential debate with Biden in late June, that Trump was disciplined. He was disciplined. He really did not take the bait. Maybe much later, he finally had in that debate, he finally did have a comment like, I don't even know what he just said. Mm-hmm. And I think he
was such a brutal line.
It was
in my opinion, that line and the line he said to Hillary Clinton, where, because you'd be in jail,
yep.
Like just hands down two of the best lines in a debate I've ever seen.
Less is more, right? Like just a little drop in that little gem and then kaboom. Gotcha.
And it was it was true. If he thought of saying that beforehand, it did not appear, it didn't look like it. It came off as like off the cuff, but it was it rang so true.
Yep.
And so with her word salads, if she goes into her one of those things where you're like, what did she just say? And he has a comeback for it just off the cuff when they go to him. I think those are deadly.
Mm-hmm.
It's a knockout punch you didn't see coming.
Nope.
And here's the thing, she's not going to be able to recover from it. She can have her canned lines, but we saw her in the past. She can prep all she wants. I just think it really does come down to, who do you trust more? Who do you believe? And then looking at these slivers of voters. That's the sin in our country, isn't it?
You're right. And you talk about her ability to, stay on prompter and come off with conviction as she's reading a script. It's kind of like, and I know Greg always brings up she's the one who stood up and tried to give the recap of the book report to the class as she never read the book. I feel like she's one of these book smart people that if the test is about remember in college when your professor would say, you're not going to be able to just memorize everything and get an A because you stayed up all night and crammed and memorized everything and then got a 94 on the test. And certain tests, whether they're not multiple choice or fill in the blanks or short sentences, some of them are essays and things like that. And you really have to be able to think on your feet, or maybe you have to give a presentation and your professor's going to interrupt you and hit you with questions and maybe try to throw you off. Like, I think Kamala could get an A if she just memorized everything, but she's not quick-witted on the fly like Trump is with those one-liners. And the other thing, apparently, according to NBC and these 4 sources, they are also saying that Harris plans to emphasize what it views as Trump's advanced age and lack of details on policy proposals. Another thing where I'm like, wait, hold on a second. I actually read this entire NBC story. It's like 6 pages long, but it's good. And they're talking about these policy. I'm like, wait a minute. You're going to attack Trump on the lack of details for a policy proposal? You've given us opportunity economy, and any policies that you have been basically copied and pasted from Trump and J.D. Vance, and then you're going to try to highlight Trump's age? They go on to say, quote, this is one source speaking directly to NBC. If you listen to the first debate without Joe Biden in it, it was the second worst debate performance in the history of presidential debates. It just got overshadowed because Joe Biden was that terrible. The source added that while Harris is a, quote, real person who gets angry and emotional, the goal is for her to remain calm no matter how personal the attacks become. I'm sorry, but I did not think Trump had a bad... I mean, first of all, he retired Joe Biden. Mm-hmm. And secondly, Trump, I would say he was so good that he was boring on June 27th. I mean, if you were looking for entertainment value, not that that's going to get you a victory in an election, but if you wanted Trump to make you laugh and giggle, for the most part, on June 27th, he was boring to a fault, but I would say it was a good boring. He was focused, he was clear, he was concise, he was succinct, and then, like you guys said, he dropped in a few little one-liners that were the zinger to it all. If he just basically copies and pastes what he did to Joe on June 27th, next Tuesday on September 10th, I think we're walking out of that again saying Trump got the upper hand. Nobody's going to try to retire Kamala Harris. She's not going to be as bad as Joe was, but I think the narrative will be that Trump got the upper hand as long as he stays in that tunnel vision mode that we talked about, Dawn, where if Trump can just stay focused and not have any self-inflicted wounds, he'll do the job and be effective.
Yeah, I'll tell you, at the Labor Day family gathering yesterday at the cookout, what people were talking about was, did Kamala Harris really work at McDonald's? No, she lied. She lied about her summer job.
Why would you lie
She never
about
did
that?
fries.
Why would you do that?
So is that, I guess McDonald's has not, I guess there's no confirmation whether she did or she didn't.
Snopes apparently fact-checked her, and there's no history of her ever working there.
But will she come up with, well, it was actually another fries place. It wasn't a McDonald's.
Yeah, it was a Shake Shack.
And so, I know Trump over the weekend had put that out. Comrade Kamala never worked there, lied about that, lied about fracking, lied about everything else. Again, that plays into if McDonald's comes out and says, we don't have any evidence if she did work there. I mean, she says she was in college, so she would have been over 18. Then does that play into the story of, hey, she lies about everything, you cannot trust her, and it goes back to the brand?
Well, and there's just, again, what's the end goal of lying about saying you worked at McDonald's? To prove that you were just like the common folk and you had to grind and work, which, by the way, McDonald's, they pay relatively well. It's a good paying job if you want to do that type of stuff, as a side hustle, a part-time job, whatever, even probably a full-time job. I bet you those managers probably make six figures at big locations. But here's the thing is, when it comes to the whole lying thing, this again goes back to her just being a fraud. And I get it. Most politicians lie all the time. They're frauds in many regards. But this is, again, we saw it yesterday over the last 24 hours, and I know we'll get to it in the cut sheet coming up. She's adopting the accent again. I think it was in Detroit, Michigan. It's like, just be, whether it's good, bad, indifferent, be who you are. Like, you think Trump have you ever heard Trump change his vernacular or his tone or his dialect or his accent from when he's in Johnstown, PA versus Atlanta, Georgia to Detroit, Michigan to out in the middle of Montana? Trump sounds the same every single time. He doesn't try to cater to one demographic by changing the way he speaks. And yet she's doing that again. It's pretty remarkable, and we'll get to that coming up. 855-839-1210. The cut sheet is on the other side here on a Tuesday morning on Kayal & Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Texting enrolls in recurring automated text marketing messages. Message frequency varies. Message and data rates may apply. Reply help for help or stop to opt out.
Are you drinking too much? Is alcohol affecting your relationships? Could drinking be affecting your job?
Hi, I'm Jonathan, founder of Or Health. I struggled with alcohol misuse for 15 years. I tried self-help, therapy, and traditional 12-step programs. But but nothing really worked. That's why I started ORHealth. ORHealth provides access to safe and effective medication, FDA approved for the treatment of alcohol issues. A daily pill proven to reduce alcohol cravings and make it easier to drink less or quit.
To join the thousands who are drinking less or who have quit altogether, text CHECK to 710-710. You'll be sent a secure link to ORHealth's private online assessment. If treatment is right for you, a licensed medical professional will prescribe medication for discreet and convenient delivery to your door. Just text CHECK to 710-710. That's CHECK to 710-710.
Not available in all states. For SMS terms, privacy policy, risk, and restrictions, please go to orhealth.com/terms. Use as directed.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Wawa has new Southwest flavors. Try them in a burrito, bowl, or quesadilla and build it just how you like it. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's that time for the Rescue Natural Supplement Labor Day sale, the ultimate celebration of savings and well-being. Right now, all Rescue supplements are slashed up to 70% off. Plus, enjoy free shipping, too. So whether you're searching for immune support, joint care, heart health, or a youthful glow, Rescue has health essentials for everyone. Take a break. Celebrate your workplace achievements with savings on a probiotic, omega-3s, multivitamins, and so much more. Call them at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant, or you can shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Celebrate Labor Day with 30 to 70% off. Again, all Rescue products are slashed up to 70% off site-wide. No codes needed. Just call or go to res-q.com to get this Labor Day deal right now. Start feeling like a new you with Rescue today.
The following is a paid commercial message. I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's retirement phase expert Phil Cannella with today's report.
Investors who plan their retirement trip by boarding a stock market flight risk falling out of the sky with no parachute to protect their nest egg. And depending on their age, they might not have the time to recover their assets from the burning wreckage of the stock market crash. This week's expert report highlights the benefits of the financial life insurance industry as a guaranteed reliable vessel that can protect your assets in retirement. Aside from shielding your nest egg from market risk and costly fees, the financial life insurance industry is secured by a vast safety net. Since the 18th century, the financial life insurance industry has survived every major economic event while protecting and maintaining account holders' accounts without skipping a beat, even if the insurance company goes insolvent, belly up and out of business. If you're in or near retirement, schedule a meeting with a licensed retirement phase expert to learn how the financial life insurance industry can help plan your retirement trip with peace of mind.
To hear more reports that will impact your financial future, join Phil Cannella and Joanne Small this Saturday at 11 a.m. on the Crash Proof Retirement Show, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Into the abyss I fall, the eye of horrors.
7:45, Kayal and Company, as we continue live on a Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app and get on over to YouTube if you're not already there. As always, lots of video to complement the audio on the cut sheet. And you can let it rip in the comments section. Your thoughts on what we're talking about, or you can just create your own conversation. Start your own show.
A lot of conversations happening.
Shows within the show, right?
By the way, for everybody out there, stop. We as a station, we as a company cannot turn down political ads. Let me repeat that. We as a station and a company cannot turn down political ads, nor would we.
I
So
figured
stop.
that was happening.
Stop.
Yeah.
Just stop. Oh, my ears. Oh, my God. Shut up.
Just like you'll hear Democrat ads during election season here, you'll see Trump ads on Channel 3. These channels and stations can't turn down other sides or play favorites, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be, and they just take the money anyway.
Exactly.
We love the money.
By the way,
profit.
speaking of, all of this, I want to point out that I conflated two stories.
Shocking.
The story of Philadelphia, Mississippi was not Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The story that we talked about earlier, and we talked about it last week. And there were local stations that did it too. Dave McCormick's campaign was called out because they probably retweeted, I don't know, one of ours or one of the Philadelphia stations that picked it up. But the truth is, there's another story over the weekend of 28-year-old Ramon Campadilas Carrera, who is a wanted murderer in Brazil. And so was arrested here in Philadelphia just over the weekend, like 48 hours ago. And so, the point that I will make is, geez, we got our gang arrests confused.
Can't keep up with them. So you're saying there's a Philadelphia, Mississippi
There's a Philadelphia, Mississippi.
Okay.
So there were two stories that happened. One was ICE here in Philadelphia was looking for a wanted killer and got him over the weekend.
Okay.
And he's being extradited back to Brazil where he's going to face trial on murder there. There's another guy who was arrested in Philadelphia, Mississippi.
Okay.
And so that guy is also going to be extradited to El Salvador.
Okay.
Sorry, we got our MS gang. There were so many of them in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, Mississippi, DC. There was another one over the weekend in New York.
Mm-hmm.
There was another one in Chicago. There was, pick your place.
Yeah.
And so these armed, dangerous gang members, drug dealers, killers, also big surprise, wanted in their home countries, are wreaking havoc in our country.
I never knew there was a Philadelphia, Mississippi, to be honest. So there you go. You learn something new every day. Before we get to the cut sheet, let's get this call. Hopefully I don't butcher this. Liza is in Pennsylvania. Liza, good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead. What do you
Can
got?
you hear me?
Yes, I got you. Go right ahead.
Oh, you know what? So I was calling in reference to the story you were talking about, Kamala Harris, and saying how she's pandering to, I guess, I don't know if you're saying the African-American community in terms of, like, changing up her diction or in terms of how she speaks. And what I was telling the person who interviewed me initially was educated African-Americans who, let's say, work in corporate America, or in her case, she's an attorney. So as it pertains to diction, conjugating verbs, and being very articulate, shall we say, because that's what everybody always said about Obama, she has to be well-versed in the English language. I have several friends who have attended Harvard, Ivy League schools,
sure,
who when just us in a social setting, that's how we break up the verbs. We're just, we kind of resort back to the diction that we came into college with, shall we say, because there's a lot of kids that come in from living in Oakland or wherever she grew up. I know she grew up in Berkeley over an apartment building or something like that. But so it's not, I don't necessarily think she's pandering. I think that she's probably just so comfortable now, like she's kind of slipping back and forth. And we have a term that we call it after code switching.
What is that?
And it's not
say that again. I couldn't hear you. What is it
called?
Code
switching. We call it code switching.
Code switching. Okay.
Yes, and it's something that we do all the time, and it's kind of almost funny because, like, we'll get off of. I work for a major healthcare company, a couple of decades now, and it's funny. The older I get, the more I find myself slipping. But we'll get off a Zoom call, conference call, whatever, and then the colleague, one of my colleagues that I'm really close to, who's also African American. We just cut it up. Like, what the hell are they talking about? Like, get out of, like we start talking.
So let me ask you this. So I'll give you an example for me. When I go and golf with my boys on a Saturday, I speak differently than when I'm golfing at a Odyssey corporate charity function and the executives are around, right? You act differently around different people based on the setting. So when Kamala Harris, now you called it what? Code. I want to make sure I hear this correct.
It's code switching.
Code switching. Okay, code. CODE. So when she does that and she speaks differently in Detroit versus, let's say, a rural setting, is that disingenuous? Do you find that offensive, or is that just more natural?
I don't think it's disingenuous. I think that she's probably just more comfortable in the Detroit setting, and so it comes out more. I noticed, probably because I'm older, I'm in my 50s, and I'm a lot more comfortable than when I started working in corporate America in my 20s.
Right.
I noticed that sometimes I get a little too comfortable, but again, it depends on the person.
I got you.
Like, I will see somebody that's on a vice president and president level in an organization who happens to be African American, and when it's just us, it's a different vernacular. It just is.
All right. Well, Liza, I appreciate the call. Dawn, I know you were going to say something as well. I want you to jump in before we get to the cut sheet.
Well, there's a story, and I know the New York Post and many publications carry, and I think it's on Greg's cut sheet, about the headline was Kamala Harris was slammed for deploying a, quote, fake accent during a Detroit speech. And so, in other words, she has been called out, much like many candidates, even Hillary Clinton back in the day. Was criticized. Remember?
Well, Shapiro's doing it. Shapiro's doing it with the Obama tone, right? We've highlighted that a lot in the last couple of weeks.
Well, I think Shapiro, his cadence, and trying to maybe work on his being more demonstrative in his speech. But in this one, Hillary Clinton was also criticized for it. Kamala Harris recently now, and it's a headline this morning, because she spoke in Detroit. And then she spoke differently, they're saying, here in Pennsylvania just over the weekend.
And differently in Georgia as well. Remember she picked up the Southern accent as well?
And that's what Hillary did. Remember, I know, Bo, when Hillary was talking about the coal jobs were going to go away. And so it's not, I don't buy the fact that this is something that, we women do or we African Americans do. I don't know. I don't buy that.
Well, let's expound upon this a little further because we'll play it for you. It's 7:53. Let's get to what's on the cut sheet and we'll continue.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Tuesday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, Cherry Hill Volvo is offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any in-stock 2024 XC90 hybrid. They always go the extra mile for their customers at Cherry Hill Volvo. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Check them out on Road 70 in Cherry Hill. Thank you, Cherry Hill Volvo, for sponsoring the ever-important Tuesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. Okay, let's talk about what you guys were doing. We don't have video of this because I just pulled it up. This is Kamala Harris in Detroit with a different accent than she had in Pittsburgh, as you guys were just discussing. Let's start with Detroit first.
You better thank a union member. For the 5-day work week, you better thank a union member for sick leave. You better thank a union member for paid leave. You better thank a union member for vacation time. You better.
And then this is her in Pittsburgh.
Thank unions for sick leave. Thank unions for paid
Uh-oh.
There you go.
Wow, that's a stark contrast. That is a major, major difference right there. Now, we had Liza with us just a few moments ago, African-American female, and she uses the term code speak or code
switching.
Code switching, I'm sorry. And look, I can't speak for the black community, but I don't think she also speaks for every single black person. I think there are a lot of people, not all, but some, that view Kamala Harris to be a fraud in that regard. And here's why I think this matters. Because whether you're doing that, the verbiage there in Detroit or you're changing it up in Pittsburgh, Trump has gained with the black vote. And Trump has gone from 6% to 12%. And who knows what the number will be this time around. But I think it's a safe bet to say he's going to be above 12%. He's going to gain for the third straight time. So you have to ask yourself, how do you win back some of the black voters that are going to go Republican for the first time in their life? Because they're looking at it from a bottom line perspective. They're saying my life financially was better under Trump, and I'm not necessarily just going to vote for a black female because she's a black female. I don't know. Does that win black voters back over Kamala Harris speaking that way? It's not a matter of whether I find it disingenuous. It's a matter of whether or not I find that effective. And I don't find it effective. I don't think she's going to win somebody back because she all of a sudden code switched. Like, if you're out on Kamala Harris because of the failed economy, how she speaks and changes her dialect, I don't think that gets you her vote again.
It goes down to authentic. And I reject the theory that is something that was authentic. In other words, President Obama did, and I know I'm supposed to say former President Obama. Okay, President Obama, when he spoke at the DNC last week, and when he did a little bit of that, where he goes into where he says, notice they don't call it Obamacare anymore or something, but when he does that, and I think Michelle Obama did it too, it's authentic. It just comes across as it's authentic and it's real. It's in other countries, such as let's just take Italy. You have your formal and informal way of speaking. Everybody does it. It's not, you don't have an exclusive if you're in one culture. Let's say if you live in South Philadelphia and you're talking to people in South Philly, and you're do whatever, and then you're giving a speech at work in your corporate setting, you might use some of that so-called informal speech. That's what we call it in the world. And you can go to China, you can go to Italy, you can pick a country wherever it is in Spanish. And so we all do that. We all do that so-called formal speech and informal. Every language has it. Every culture has it. The problem with Kamala Harris is that it's uncomfortable for her because I don't think she ever spoke that way.
Well, and she's the ultimate political chameleon, right? Like she's whatever she needs to be on a given day to resonate. It's the same thing with Joe. Joe's the same way. One day Joe's Greek, the next day Joe's Jewish. It's no different. Yes. So Biden basically changes his ethnicity based on the crowd he's speaking to, and Kamala Harris goes from Detroit to Pittsburgh with a different speech pattern and vernacular. And to me, I'm consistent with this. So I don't look at Byron, like the knock on Byron Donalds is, oh, he's a well-spoken black man who votes Republican. And some people in the black community are like, he's not black. No, you're black, you're black. All right. It doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican. It doesn't matter how you speak. It doesn't matter if you were born in a wealthy community or if you grew up in public housing. If your skin is black, you're black. So I'm not going to rip Kamala Harris, but it's the bigger picture of, it's always this, manipulation of what you claim to be to fit in with whatever. Like, I'm the same person no matter where I go. Like, on the air, off the air, with my in-laws, or with somebody I'm meeting for the first time. I mean, I might be a little bit more respectful the first time I meet somebody by shaking a hand. But, it's a lot like Trump. You are what you are. Embrace who you are and be who you are. And I don't think she's ever been comfortable being in any setting other than one setting. I think she's very comfortable in a courtroom. And I think she's very comfortable prosecuting and going after people, which I would argue next Tuesday, if she tries to come off as the district attorney prosecuting Trump before the American public, I think that backfires on her. I think she needs to show personality and policy and not be what she's probably best suited for, and that's being a district attorney.
Speaking of Kamala Harris campaigning in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She brought out Joe Biden. Joe Biden is now campaigning with her in Pittsburgh.
Does he know he's off the ticket?
And in PA. Joe Biden is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Taking the stage in Pittsburgh yesterday, cut 19. Phil, go.
You can no longer be the manufacturing capital of the world. Where the hell is that written? We are the greatest manufacturing city, county in the world, state in the world, city in the world. We're going to remain that way.
Greatest manufacturing city, county, in country, in the world, city in the world.
Township. And suburb, and the suburbs. Boy, well, he's been on vacation for a while. He's got to get a haircut. You see the hair a little shaggy in the back?
Yeah.
A little disheveled Joe there.
Yeah, what was he, like 16 days? He was off longer than I was. Cut 20. Biden's still campaigning for 4 more years. To your point, Nick, a little confused about whether he's still on the ticket or not. Cut 20, Phil, go.
Do that again. Folks, we made a lot of progress, and Kamala and I are going to build on that progress, and she's going to build on it. I'll be on the sidelines, but I'll do everything I can to help.
It's like the starting quarterback got a concussion, and he lost his job to the backup, and he doesn't realize that he's now on the sideline and on the backup spot. There's Joe. Joe's, I don't even know who the Eagles' backup is, but Joe, you're no longer Jalen Hurts. That title belongs to Kamala.
Then Kamala took the stage. We heard the differing accents, but this is where she talked about, you can see Randy Weingarten in the background in this clip, but she's really going after the union vote here in Pennsylvania because she knows how critical it is. This is cut 21. Phil, go.
We celebrate unions because unions helped build America, and unions help build America's middle class. It is true across our nation, and it is true here in Detroit. For generations in Detroit and across our nation, the brothers and sisters of labor have stood together to righteously demand fair pay, better benefits, and safe working conditions. And let me say, every person in our nation has benefited from that work.
Well, I got to tell you, that's the most reserved I've ever seen Randy Weingarten on video. I mean, usually she's jumping around like AOC, hooting and hollering, shouting at the top of her lungs.
Really pisses me off.
Making statements like that, but that was a pretty reserved Randy right there. Not sure I'd be trotting her out, though, after her emails were exposed, but of course most Americans are oblivious to that.
So we referenced this at the start of the show this morning at 6 o'clock, at 8:02 this morning. If you're just joining us, first of all, where the hell have you been? The Philadelphia Eagles issuing a statement rebuking the, quote, counterfeit Kamala Harris ads that have been put up in the city using their name. Phil, if you can just run the ad, if you can just run the ad on YouTube right now, cut 23. Nick, if you want to go into this a little bit, they're actively getting them removed as we speak. They say the city of Philly somehow worked with someone to put them up. We have to find out who that person or organization is because they're guilty of election interference. The bus shelters are owned by the city. So far, we have not heard anything about ads like this appearing on SEPTA property. We're working with our advertising partners to have them removed. That was an Eagles Insider.
Phil, if you could freeze it right there, that would be great. That way we can kind of break this down. Because, Dawn, you said those are what? SEPTA placards, technically?
Yeah.
Those plastic, plate glass type things. And that website. Yeah. And that website, PhiladelphiaEagles.com/vote, is a real website. It is with the Eagles. And it gets you to a website where you can, register to vote and all of that. There's primary dates. But there's nothing about a political party or a candidate of either side on that website. But if this is technically city property, correct? Mm-hmm. So why did it take citizens to take it down and not city officials? How does that happen where people...
Well, do we know it was citizens that took it down?
Was it Steve Keeley had the...
I have that guy, Joe, but Joe from South Philly is what he said his name was, but
okay.
He's not removing them. He was putting up like things to cover it up. So he didn't remove them.
Okay.
We have cameras all around the city.
It's true.
And we certainly have cameras that cover most security surveillance cameras that cover most SEPTA stops.
Yep.
So we can certainly find out exactly who put these up and who they are. Why don't they release the suspects' photos?
Yep.
Where are those photos?
To your point, had those have been Trump ads with Trump in an Eagles helmet, do you think we would get the surveillance footage and the identities of these people quicker
It would have
than
been a
Kamala?
danger to democracy. These people, right? And they probably would have been, put in the same pile as J6ers.
Well, I tell you what, I don't think the Eagles ever expected about 5 days ago to be so involved in politics between playing a game in Brazil and then having Kamala Harris football helmet ads pop up on SEPTA stations. Probably not what the Eagles were thinking that we're going to have to deal with 4 days before they take on the Packers.
So this is, like you said, is courtesy of Steve Keeley from Fox 29. This is Joe, as he identifies himself, from South Philly. He's actually putting up pictures, like things he printed to cover up the signs. This is cut 24, Phil, when they interview him. Go.
All right, Joe, why are you doing this?
Well, this is a circumstance that's very concerning to me, Steve, because whoever put this inside this casing did several things. I'm a lifelong Philadelphia guy from South Philly. I love the Eagles, loyal to them to the end. I am a Republican, just to say that to you. But my concern here is that is not that someone is expressing an opinion, which everyone's entitled to do, but this person is lying to everyone that comes and uses this stop. Okay, that's what I'm very concerned about. The fact that they're spreading lies that the Philadelphia Eagles endorsed Kamala Harris as a candidate for president in the United States. We all know Philadelphia is the battleground for Pennsylvania. And these type of lies are the things that prevent honesty in the election process. And I think that's what we have to promote, the integrity of the process. Everyone comes out to vote after they decide who to vote for. Now, in this respect, the Eagles already came out and made a statement earlier this afternoon. It's a holiday. Nobody's working. SEPTA's on a holiday schedule, so no one has come to remove this sign. It's a paper sign enclosed in a glass. There's two Allen wrench blocks here, so someone had the ability to come in and open this sign and insert this poster. At the bottom it says PhiladelphiaVote.com, EaglesVote.com. Well, it's also giving off the impression that the Eagles are officially promoting this display. And I just want to stop that, and not necessarily stop it, but point out now that this is a false advertisement. The things that we have been getting hit with throughout this entire election process. So we need the truth out of people, our candidates, as well as the people that work for the candidates. And that's the whole point right here, to try and get everyone to see that Philadelphia is being deceived.
So he makes a lot of good points. I personally would be enjoying a hamburger at my patio and not putting up Post-its everywhere, but good for him. But to the point of Dawn making, what Dawn said earlier about the surveillance footage, when you just look at what he broke down there as far as you need an Allen wrench and there's these two things, this wasn't something that just got put in there in 90 seconds. This probably took, if it was me, it would probably take about 2 hours to install. But for the person that's actually able to put stuff up like that, it would still take, I don't know, 5-10 minutes minimum. So but
if somebody's there doing it, you're going to think they're official, right? You don't nobody's going to question them doing it.
But certainly that we could look at. It's pretty easy to look at these surveillance images.
Yeah.
And for somebody to say, hey, we have somebody who basically hacked a billboard system, which, by the way, that you have to buy those. So it involves a monetary issue.
Yeah, sure.
Right? There are a lot of issues at play here. And so it's interfering with somebody's business.
Do we know if there was more than one of these?
Yes.
Or was that the only
multiple.
one?
No, there were
is
multiple.
Yeah. Okay.
So this was a coordinated effort. It's somebody created this. Somebody thought to link it to an actual website that the Eagles do have that they say is a non-profit. So who put these up? It's a legit question, and all we have to do is call upon, Philadelphia police. I'm sure you were called to investigate. So where are the surveillance images? Post the surveillance images of the suspects just like you post everything else. Why not? Where are those surveillance images? And why don't we have an official investigation? Why are Philadelphia police?
Yeah.
Because something tells me that the cops already, have looked at it and somebody already knows.
Sure.
But they're being told to stifle.
So do you call this election interference,
Yeah,
Dawn?
totally. This is a danger to democracy. Where's the J6 committee? Well, they're going to go to jail for 18 years. Boom.
My
Doesn't
thing
happen
is,
when it's the other side.
Do people, it's innocent thing, it's blah, blah, blah. But there's a lot of dumb, impressionable people out there, right? They all of a sudden, hey, wow, the Eagles endorsed Kamala. Okay, I'll vote for Kamala. I mean, Taylor Swift was able to register 30,000 people in a matter of a post on Instagram. So for people that say, if you listen to the Eagles on this, of course the Eagles are not endorsing Kamala Harris, but if you listen to Kamala, there's people that take the bait.
Let me ask you guys a question. If they could, would they?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and look, I have no idea. I mean,
Everybody's
Jeffrey
hair
Logan
on fire over the fact that the Eagles, but if it really came down to it, the Eagles were probably endorsing Kamala Harris.
I'm not even alleging that the Eagles organization, I doubt that I would be surprised that they would be behind this, because if then it comes out that it's true and that they were trying to mislead people, I just, would they risk all that? I mean, they have the right to do it, but they already came out and condemned it. I suspect this is the Democrat Party here in Philadelphia, and that's my point. It doesn't even matter whether or not somebody was influenced. It doesn't even matter. None of that matters. This will be just washed under the carpet as, somebody is just making a joke. No. This is serious. This involves the hacking of an official billboard. And so where are the complaints? Where's the criminal investigation? It's a danger to democracy.
Is anybody else covering it besides Keeley locally?
Yeah.
Besides us, obviously?
Everybody is, yeah.
Okay. Like NBC 10 and Channel 6, they're all, okay.
They are.
All right.
I'm going to play this because everybody asking for George Clooney's opinion on Joe Biden dropping out.
First thing I was thinking of this morning.
Remember, he was one of the ones that came out and wrote an op-ed, right?
New York Times.
And urged Joe Biden to drop out. Well, now that he dropped out, he compares him to George Washington. Cut 22, Phil, go.
The person who should be applauded is the president who did the most selfless thing that anybody's done since George Washington. And that's true. And so all the machinations that got us there, none of that's going to be remembered. And it shouldn't be. What should be remembered is the selfless act of someone who, it's very hard to let go of power.
God, he's dumb. First of all, he's like the elitism of him. Like, if you notice the chyron above it, he's in Venice, Italy. And it's just like, dude, can you be any more of an elitist D-bag?
Yeah, why don't you just give us this press conference from a gondola?
He's like George Washington. Shut up.
So in 75 days,
Terrible
Joe
actor, by
Biden
the
with
way.
the yes, awful, the worst Batman of all time as well.
He's just a terrible actor.
Terrible. Although,
not just Batman. He's terrible in everything he does.
I thought he was good in The Perfect Storm with Mark Wahlberg as Billy Tyne.
He sucks. He sucks.
So in 75 days, Joe Biden, according to the Hollywood elites, went from great to awful to George Washington. He was
keep up, Nick.
Joe has not slipped at all. This is the best version of Joe we have ever seen. And then June 27th happens. He's atrocious. They basically bullied him out of the office and said he has to go. And now that he went willingly, which he really didn't, but they're going to tell you he did what was best for his party and his nation. He's now once again a great guy.
Yeah.
It's so all you have to do is spend 20 minutes consuming mainstream media. And they just keep flip-flopping back and forth. He's great. He's bad. He's great again. Okay.
While we were away, there was a big flap that happened over former President Trump at Arlington Cemetery with Gold Star families because the anniversary of and I hate to say the word anniversary.
Commemoration.
Thank you, Dawn. I was searching for the word of those troops being killed in Afghanistan was August 26th, I believe, right, Dawn? That happened while we were away. So there was this big flap about Trump out there taking photos, right, and releasing videos from Arlington Cemetery. and the way he was posing, like with a thumbs up and a grin and all that stuff. So the media went apoplectic over this, like nuts. But what do the actual Gold Star families think about this? We have a number of mothers, fathers, relatives of people killed in Afghanistan who responded to the whole flap, and this is what they said. I'm going to start with. Let's see here. This is Gold Star dad to Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover. This is cut 4. Phil, go.
My name is Darren Hoover, and I'm the Gold Star father of United States Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover. Kamala, I want you to understand, and I know it will be difficult for you because you lack empathy and basic understanding. The events that happened on August 26, 2024, with President Trump at Arlington National Cemetery were solemn and in keeping with the reverence and respect that is given to all members of our military that are buried there. We invited President Trump. We are the ones that asked for the video and the pictures to be taken at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. This was a very solemn wreath laying in our son's name, along with the Sergeant Nicole G family, as well as 2 of our catastrophically injured military members that were there on that horrific day in the honor of our Abbey Gate 13.
You know what's really remarkable is it's bad enough that they get it wrong from the standpoint of whether or not Trump was there for a photo op or optics, because the invitation, as you heard from that individual right there, came from Gold Star families. But remember, and we talked about this last Wednesday before we went on vacation, Dawn, Kamala Harris couldn't even show up. She posted a tweet in regards to Abbygate. So you really don't have any credence or credibility to question somebody when you yourself did not attend. So to call out somebody's motive of attendance when you were absent, completely out of line. And again, she misses the mark. Or the media or whoever's trying to make it like Trump, once again, paint Trump in a negative light.
Yeah, this is Democrats and a complicit media trying to create a controversy that never existed. Mm-hmm. And they did it with the help of this cemetery worker, some woke woman there who works at the Arlington National Cemetery, who decided to confront the Trump, former President Trump. I mean, here's a former president of the United States of America, first of all, can attend a wreath-laying ceremony at Arlington right there, was invited by Gold Star families. And so this Arlington National Cemetery worker, she decides to confront them and say, I just want to make sure that you know the rules, the federal rules, that you're not allowed to mm-hmm. campaign here. And they brush her aside because, quite frankly, who are you? Right. Who do you think you are that you're going to confront anybody who's an entourage with a former president of the United States of America? I mean, this individual, who do you think you are?
Yeah, and once again, Kamala Harris was, I don't know, she's out campaigning, doing whatever she's doing. Joe's on vacation for, 17 of the last 22 days. He doesn't show up. So the, quote, former president does. And it's not a story of Joe and Kamala not being president. It's, the guy who was president, what was the motivation behind that? Give me a break with this.
Yeah, but it in my humble opinion, this was concocted. And I would just love to know if this employee, the woman who's the Arlington National Cemetery worker there, the employee, who is this person? And since they're not allowed to have any campaign activities, my question is, did you have any conversation with anybody associated with any campaign? Did you support any campaign? Did you have any conversation with anybody? Because certainly she knew and they knew that Trump was going to be there mm-hmm. and that this would be a horrible look for both Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris because, of course, Abbygate happened under their watch. This was their disastrous withdrawal. And so was anybody involved in any campaign in contact with this cemetery worker who decided to create a controversy and confront the Trump team?
And remember, I gave you last Wednesday that story from Politico on the Abbey anniversary or commemoration. Remember, Kamala Harris was the last one in the room with Joe Biden when that decision to withdraw was made. So they tried to frame it like, oh, yeah, she was in on everything. She knew what was going on. Then, of course, it goes bad. And now nobody wants to revisit the fact that her hands are tied to that.
But the point to this is that they're trying to rewrite history.
Yeah.
And so they are attempting in every step that Trump takes, and whether it's Trump on a personal level or his campaign, they are trying to rewrite history and also rewrite every headline. And that's the attempt by Democrats as well as the Kamala Harris campaign. They're trying to rewrite it all, and it does not stick. It's not authentic. It doesn't work, or does it?
Well, the scary part is if it does work, then it shows you that even though the mainstream media isn't consumed in quantity the way it used to be, it still shows you the power of the machine if it does work.
This is Cut 8, Phil. NBC's Dasha Burns asked Trump about this. This is what he said. Cut 8, Phil, go.
Should your campaign have put out those videos and photos?
Well, we have a lot of people. We have people, TikTok people. We're leading the internet. That was the other thing. We're so far above her on the internet.
But on that hallowed ground, should they have put out the images of those?
I don't know what the rules and regulations are. I don't know who did it. And it could have been them. It could have been the parents. It could have been somebody.
It was your campaign's TikTok, though, that put out the video.
I really don't know anything about it. All I do is I stood there and I said, if you'd like to have a picture, we can have a picture. If somebody did it, this was a setup by the people in the administration that, Trump is coming to Arlington. That looks so bad for us.
You know what's remarkable about that? And I think, Dawn, we heard it from the first gentleman, the first Gold Star family about the invitation and then posting the stuff themselves. But, I mean, are these people naive enough to believe that Donald Trump is in charge of every single thing that gets posted on every single social media platform? Like, I know he posts himself on Truth Social, right? But do you think he's the one doing all the videos on TikTok, all the posts on Instagrams, all the X's and all the tweets? I mean, you have a social media team. So, this notion that everything that goes up is directly from the fingertips of Trump, I mean, come on, you can't be that silly, right?
Yeah, but think about what the media is trying to do here. The media, and this is blasphemous, the media is trying to not talk about the fact that you have, by the way, many individuals who are crippled and disabled and injured and still healing from Abbey-gate, and many who never came home, and grieving families.
Yep.
The media is doing everything, cartwheels, to not talk about that.
It always comes back to Trump, right?
And they're trying to talk about this made-up controversy, which, by the way, there were never... the Army has said the matter is closed. The employee never pressed charges or did anything because, you know what? They don't want an investigation. Because if they investigate, they're going to find out, I guarantee you, they're going to find out that somebody in the Biden-Harris administration contacted somebody here at Arlington because they knew Trump was coming. And so make sure you confront, because they wanted to concoct this. That's what they should be investigating. That's what's a danger to democracy, if you will, and also a disrespect to our Gold Star families. They're not going to do it.
Yep.
So they closed the matter quickly. And now the media, though, on Monday and throughout the week was reporting this, controversy with Trump. There was no controversy. It was tragedy. It was grief. And Trump was there respectfully at the invitation of Gold Star families. The media is complicit in all of that, and that's what we have to remember.
Streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Please hit the like button if you're watching today. That I'm talking to everybody who's watching right now. Please hit the thumbs up button so we can get into people's algorithms. Also, if you have not done so, we're just under 7,000 subscribers. If you have not done so, please hit the subscribe button. So it's all free. So, we can get our subscriber count up. So everybody watching right now, also please hit the subscribe button. All right, you talked about the interview with Dana Bash and Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. I have a few clips from that as well, because we haven't gotten a comment on it. It happened Thursday night, I guess. By the way, when didn't we predict that it was going to happen over Labor Day weekend?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I actually predicted it would be on Labor Day Sunday. But yeah, now my only question is, because obviously it was taped and then they aired it Thursday night. Did you guys, and I'm assuming nobody was paying, because I wasn't watching the news over the weekend either, did they rerun it Sunday as if it was, a first-time airing?
I have no idea.
I would imagine, because Dana Bash hosts State of the Union with Jake Tapper. I would think you'd want to just copy that and insert it right into that time slot. But
Dana Bash asked Tim Walz about his stolen valor scandal, and then the hilarity ensued because he immediately started bragging about his record. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
You said that you carried weapons in war, but you have never deployed actually in a war zone. A campaign official said that you misspoke. Did you?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud. I've done 24 years of wearing the uniform of this country. Equally proud of my service in a public school classroom, whether it's Congress or the governor. My record speaks for itself, but I think people are coming to get to know me. I speak like they do. I speak candidly. I wear my emotions on my sleeves, and I speak especially passionately about our children being shot in schools and around guns. So I think people know me. They know who I am. They know where my heart is. And again, my record has been out there for over 40 years to speak for itself.
And the idea that you said that you were in war, did you misspeak as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar is not always correct. But again, if it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me, or it's an attack on my dog. I'm not going to do that. And the one thing I'll never do is I'll never demean another member's service in any way. I never have, and I never will.
You know, as I said in the big take this morning, that man had a month to get ready to address that question that you knew was going to come his way. If Dana Bash had an ounce of journalistic integrity, she was going to ask Tim Walz about his military lies. And he says, well, you know, I get excited and it's my grammar. It's my grammar. So for everybody on YouTube, here's what I'm holding right now. Here's the 1210 WPHT grammar jar. We might need to create a Tim Walz grammar jar. What do you think? Should we get a second grammar jar?
The fact that he can say that it's a grammar issue. No,
which it's not.
It's not like him saying ran instead of run.
Yes, I got that market cornered, Mr. Walz. So see that jar? That's all from me.
Or using your YOUR instead of
apostrophe R.
Yes,
yeah.
That's a grammar issue.
Yes,
this is him saying I can't. So if the context is true that he said this after a school shooting, I'm guessing his point is that kids shouldn't be able to carry weapons of war into classrooms or something along those lines.
Right.
Then he followed that up by saying, I carried weapons of war in war. That is not a misspeak.
No, that's a lie. That's what Tim Walz, again, and, J.D. Vance has been called out by the media, and, Tim Walz is like, I never questioned another military member. He's not questioning his ability. He's questioning, J.D. Vance has pointed out the lies of his service resume. And that's what's, my God, the former battalion leader crushed him. His own brother is crushing him. I've got this story. We'll get to this after the gut sheet. The New York Post. Wait till you hear some of the quotes from Tim Walz's flesh and blood about his brother.
These are veterans who served. I'm skipping around here because of what you just said, Nick Kayal. This is cut 15, Phil. These are veterans who served with Tim Walz in the National Guard speaking out against him. This was courtesy of the Megyn Kelly show. Cut 15, Phil. Go.
Why did you come forward?
It is morally indefensible. He didn't care. It was all about him. He's a military impersonator.
I don't understand how he could do it morally, or he's got absolutely no integrity.
The rumor went across the state that he had quit, and it was like, who the hell does that? It was just unbelievable that a CSM abandoned his troops, 500 soldiers basically, but beyond that, there's 1,000 parents out there that expect that person to lead those people into combat. He's a habitual liar. He lies about everything. He lies about stuff that doesn't make sense.
You're taking a piece of their thunder and you're trying to capture it and put it in a bottle for yourself and use that for your own benefit.
He basically said, I've got better things to do. Go pick somebody else to go on a mission. Well, if you sold out your guard unit and abandoned them, what are you going to do at the national level?
Fear is a reaction. Bravery is a decision. And Walz has made the wrong decision. He's not brave. I call him a coward because he is.
There you go.
Wow, I like that phrase. Fear is a reaction. Bravery is a decision. I might have to get that put on a T-shirt. I don't know that this, and again, we've talked about do VPs matter, and most people are of the belief they don't matter one single bit. I just don't know who Tim Walz really resonates with. Obviously, he's alienated himself with the veteran community. He's lied about his military track record. He's lied about his football coaching days where, it's basically he was just a coach. He was like the offensive line coach. He's a staff member, basically. And we've seen the electoral map that Steve Kornacki has shown us on MSNBC in one of those clips where, outside of Minneapolis in the Twin Cities area, it's very red. He doesn't resonate in that state beyond Minneapolis. So I don't really know what he brings to the table for Kamala Harris, unless Kamala Harris was looking for a more coherent person that resembles Joe Biden. Middle-class Joe, middle-class Tim Walz, except that Tim Walz's brain is still functional. He didn't offer anything at the interview with Dana Bash. Again, I said he was like Kamala's emotional support animal. He was just there to lend a helping hand if she got caught up.
This is cut 12, Phil, going back to the Dana Bash, Kamala Harris, Tim Walz interview on the subject of fracking, which is a big deal here in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris says she no longer wants to ban fracking. This is cut 12, Phil, go.
Is a big one. When you were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, there is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win state of Pennsylvania. Sure. Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking. As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking. In 2019, I believe, in a town hall, you said you were asked, would you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day in office? And you said, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign? In 2020, I made very clear where I stand. We are in 2024, and I've not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
So CNN went on to fact check her in the postgame show, and there's no proof of that, right?
I have that. Yeah, this is Daniel Dale on with Abby Phillip, fact checking Kamala Harris after she claimed she changed her position on fracking in 2020. This is cut 10, Phil. Hang on a second here. I have to get this up here. This is cut 10, Phil. Go.
Bottom line, Abby, is that she did not actually make clear at a 2020 debate that she had changed her previous support for a fracking ban. So let me take you through this kind of saga. So here's what she said at a CNN climate town hall in 2019 on the subject of a fracking ban.
Will you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking your first day in office, adding the United States to the list of countries who have banned this devastating practice?
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So, yeah.
There you have it.
That was quite clear. So she ended her 2020 presidential run in December 2019. The only debate she participated in 2020 was the general election debate with then Vice President Mike Pence. And I went over the transcript of that debate tonight. Nowhere in there does she make clear that she had abandoned her previous support for a fracking ban. Rather, she repeated that Joe Biden, the head of the Democratic ticket at the time, would himself not ban fracking. So listen to what she actually said in that 2020 debate.
Joe Biden will not end fracking. He has been very clear about that. I will repeat, and the American people know, that Joe Biden will not ban fracking.
So it makes perfect sense that at the time she was speaking on behalf of Biden, the president, not the vice president, sets administration policy. But maybe other people feel differently. I certainly did not hear anywhere in there Kamala Harris saying that she personally had abandoned her previously expressed 2019 view. Rather, again, she was speaking for Joe Biden.
So she knows that the EV mandates don't fly and don't sit well here in this nation across the country. She also knows they've created how many charging ports? Was it 7 or 8 total with all those millions upon billions of dollars spent? But let me just say something that I think is going to be an unpopular opinion here. Does her stance, let's say she's in favor of banning fracking, and obviously that's a big thing in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Does that cost her Pennsylvania? I could see her still winning Pennsylvania despite being against fracking.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. We have, you're talking about 250,000 energy workers in Pennsylvania, and that shows up as a percentage of energy workers in the United States of America.
Mm-hmm.
But I will also say, if that's your sector, you also know that the Democrats, including state level Democrats in Pennsylvania, as well the Biden administration, what they've done is to crack down on these jobs and make it more difficult is all these regulations. For example, any extractions that they're doing, they have to release. They have to talk about the chemicals. There's such strict regulations on all of this. That's why these jobs are leaving Pennsylvania and leaving the country because they make it so difficult to do business.
Yeah.
So they're lying when they say, "Oh, well, no, we still allow it." You've made it so difficult to do business here that these jobs are going overseas. That's what's going on, and that's why Japan, Nippon Steel, that deal was done. I know it's in the headlines now, but that deal was done with Japan like last spring. And so these steel jobs, and they're saying, "Oh, well, our headquarters remains in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania." Yeah, by name only.
Right.
It's all a big lie. It's a farce, and these jobs are leaving. Boom.
Let me squeeze one call in here because I think this is going to be a good call. Pat is in South, and Pat is gone. He had a good Gold Star family call.
Well, call back.
Call us back, Pat. 855-839-1210.
We played this clip about 2 hours ago, but I'm going to play it again. This is a little montage put together by the Washington Free Beacon about how CNN Dana Bash treated J.D. Vance, the J.D. Vance interview versus how they treated Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. This is cut 5. Phil, go.
Thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Senator.
Thank
so
you.
You guys seem to be struggling a little bit with how to approach the new dynamic. Madam Vice President, Governor Walz, thank you so much for sitting down with me and bringing the bus. Bus tour is well underway here in Georgia. If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Dana, if you go to Kamala Harris's campaign page right now, they still don't have a policy.
Well, let's talk about policy
positions
versus
about what they're.
So I'm very clear about where I stand.
And was there some policy or scientific data that you saw that you said, "Oh, okay, I get it now"? There's no evidence that Kamala Harris threw him overboard. But I want to move on to something that Governor Walz has called you and Donald Trump, and that is weird. How should voters look at some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here in your policy? Is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more about the information? Is it because you were running for president in a Democratic primary? One last question. Governor Walz served 24 years.
Sure.
He even stayed after he could have retired because of 9/11. He filed his election paperwork February 10th, 2005. He retired 2 months before they actually got the paperwork. I've seen a lot of statements from veterans, including those you served with, saying it's just untoward to be criticizing somebody who served for 24 years.
He decided to quit, to retire, whatever word you want to use.
Retire. The idea that you said that you were in war. Did you misspeak, as the campaign has said?
Dana, do you think that it's a problem that he said I went to war, but he didn't actually? That seems to be a problem to me.
Well, they've corrected that. Let's move on to when he called you and said he was pulling out of the race. What was that like? One last question. Why is not allowing her to end that pregnancy helpful or supportive of expanding families like you want it to be? Kamala Harris has 2 stepchildren. Pete Buttigieg and his husband have adopted twins. Do you recognize them as parents and more broadly as being part of families? You had to clarify that you had said that you and your wife used IVF, but it turned out you used a different kind of fertility in order to have children.
I criticize people for being anti-child, and I do think that Kamala Harris
You think she's
has made
anti-child?
some...
The photograph.
Okay, you get the point.
You know, I think it serves you really well as a politician to go on the networks of the opposing team. So, like, you know, J.D. Vance or Trump going on CNN or MSNBC, I think is great. I would think it would be good for Kamala Harris or a Democrat to go on Fox News. They typically never do. And when they do, it'll be with like a Brett Baer. It won't be with somebody, you know, like a Hannity or an Ingram or a Waters in primetime. But I got to tell you, like, and again, I think there's value for it. And I don't think Vance or Trump are scared to ever go in front of a Kristen Welker or a Slopadopoulos or Dana Bash. But at this point, what is the point anymore? Because you know you're not going to get a fair shake. You're going to get Dana Bash there, you know, with her fangs out, versus Dana Bash sound like she's in a little nursery rocking a kid to sleep with the nice little soothing music in the background. Obviously, the music was dubbed in from, you know, the Washington Free Beacon. But Dawn, you're so right with the media bias. I mean, you can almost feel and sense the disdain for J.D. Vance coming from the pores of Dana Bash. Yet she's just like one of the girls on the team, the home team, when she's interviewing Walsey and the Veep.
Yeah, I was disappointed with her interview. I thought she had an opportunity, again, to pay a compliment. If you give somebody a tough, fair interview, you are paying them respect and paying your listeners and viewers respect. That's the right thing to do. And so it was, at the end of the day, disrespectful, all of them. It was so phony. And the fact that there were, you know, no follow-up questions on any of this. The fact that she allowed, I mean, Tim Walz, I would normally be embarrassed for somebody like Dana Bash. She should be embarrassed.
But she also has no command, right?
No,
it's
no
so
command.
low energy. Like, she doesn't own the room.
Well, she's clearly they chose her for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And so she is allowing them to get away with not answering her question. And if anybody else, if this were, you know, let's say a conservative, any Republican, she would follow up and say, you did not answer my question. My question was not about your wife or the fact that she's a teacher or about grammar.
Mm-hmm.
My question was, you know, ask the question.
Yeah.
And force them to answer that.
Yeah. And right now we get a debate, as of now, the only debate, which will be next Tuesday. And we have one Veep debate as of now, October 1st. So she finally does her first interview last Thursday, August 29th. By the way, she is still yet to do a press conference. And the last time I checked, she is still currently the vice president. When is the last time she has been at the White House? And, oh, by the way, is there going to be another day on the calendar before the election that she'll be there?
Guys, she's not doing it because she doesn't need to.
I know.
It's by design, and it's working for her.
Yeah.
I know.
So,
Look
like,
at the polls.
I
there's
get it.
no reason that she's going to do another interview, a press conference, anything.
So there's
no reason.
So do you? All right. So between now and November 5th, do you think she will step up in front of the podium where the binder stands each day?
No.
Okay. I mean,
well, she can't do that because that's the White House. So she's not going to do that.
Well,
she's
from
still
a
campaign.
Yeah, you have to separate the campaign.
They have to
from
separate the campaign from office. So she can't do it there, but she could. I mean, she could hold a press conference anytime she wants to.
Right. On any of her cities that she's
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. And look, I know it hasn't technically hurt her yet, but man, polling wise, betting market wise, you know, there was no bump from the interview or the convention across the board in swing states. Now, if you go into like the crosstabs, she's done better recently with white females. I mentioned that earlier. She's cut into that Trump lead that Trump had with white women from plus 13 to now plus 2. I do think that is significant and can't be understated. But I look at it from the standpoint of, you know, we kept hearing the honeymoon. Is the honeymoon over? I feel like it is, but the polling numbers are not showing that because she's still technically up a point here, up 2 there, down 1. And of course, I know the sampling matters. So if it's D plus 6 and she's up 2.
Just remember, guys, at this same point in 2016, Hillary Clinton was plus 5.
Yep.
Joe Biden was +9 at this point. So again, these polling numbers, these polling, situations don't matter. And also, don't trust Trafalgar either. I know the Republicans are hanging their hat on Trafalgar Group. Look at a clip with those guys on with Hannity 4 days before the midterm election when they were predicting Dr. Oz would win and Herschel Walker would win, and that dude, that Bud in North Carolina, none of them won. So stop listening to any of these, whether you agree with them or not, because they're not reflective of what's actually happening.
855-839-1210, the number. That'll do it for the Cut Sheet Round 2 coming up in about 45 minutes, 1 hour from now. Your voicemails will come back. We'll get a call. We'll get to Dawn's Big 3, and then the 9 o'clock hour is upon us here on a Tuesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You've heard us talk about FanDuel, a partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Well, we have something a little different for you now through September 22nd. All FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of the NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then, with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. This is my favorite promo that they do for FanDuel. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to download America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT. 21 and over. President, Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
The economic uncertainty surrounding this year's election is worse than ever before. But crash-proof consumers rest easy. Their retirement future is election-proof.
I'm Rochelle Porto, Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Leading up to the election, we're seeing how bad the economy is and how worried people are. I was looking for a way to secure my investments. That's why I joined Crashproof in 2014. There's no fees, no risk, and growth every year. My principal has never gone down. I've always earned every year. Everything I've earned in that year creates a new principal, so I'm never going to lose what I actually put in. I've got the freedom to live out my dreams, and I've got the peace of mind to know that my retirement's going to go the way I want. No matter what happens on November 5th, 2024, I'm safe. I'm with Crashproof Retirement.
Learn how you can election-proof your retirement future. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Up on the hill, people never stand. They just don't care.
8:50 Tuesday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we continue. 855-839-1210. That is how you climb aboard. Dawn's Big Three coming up at the top of the hour. Morning mystery movie clip. More of the cut sheet and your voicemails. But first, your phone calls. We've got Pat in Southwest Philly back with us, and he's got some good information to share. Pat, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Glad to talk to you. I don't think this is out there enough, and it's got to get spread out. Here's the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden were all invited to Arlington Cemetery by the Gold Star families. They were invited. Trump showed up, as usual. Kamala Harris lives 4 miles away from Arlington Cemetery in a mansion and was home that day and didn't even send a note or a letter, didn't show up. And Biden was on the beach, and he did send a little note over. You know, he was busy or whatever. My point is, Trump was invited by the Gold Star families. I heard them speak. I saw the mother, wanted to take photos with him, asked them. And I'm not talking about 2 or 3. There was about 7 of them there, 7 Gold Star families. They were invited. Trump had the gonads to show up. And that's got to be put out there. And that's basically what I have to say. I mean, I could go on.
And Pat, I agree with you, and I would imagine that, yes, that is standard operating procedure from Gold Star families that they invite, whether it's the most recent former president or the current sitting president, which Joe Biden technically still is, Kamala Harris, the current sitting vice president, Democrat nominee for president, and I didn't even know that she lived 4 miles away, and I can't verify if, in fact, she was home, but I do recall reading her tweet. I think I gave it to you guys on Wednesday when we were talking about this story, when it was Dawn and Sean and myself. I mean, all she was able to do was put out on, I think, the official it was either her vice president feed, which is at VP, or at her personal one, at Kamala Harris. One of the two had about I think it's a sentence or a paragraph, and then below it's the attached letter that her office officially puts out. And I'm thinking, boy, I tell you what, it really misses the mark. I mean, when we're talking about something as big as what happened in August of 2021, and it's the 3-year, and again, like Greg said, you hate to use the word anniversary. Dawn, you use the word commemoration. The best you can do is a post on social media. I'm sorry, that's very small. And it's not about having, like our last caller said, Trump had the cojones or whatever he said. Mm-hmm. It's just common decency. It's not guts. It's just significance of the respect of what these people lost and those families lost on that day.
Yeah, I think, and to be fair, I always just report to you. So I know Senator Tom Cotton said what our caller just stated on the Sunday morning shows, that in fact everybody was invited, and they're always invited at a commemoration like this by Gold Star families. The White House has pushed back on that and claims that it was a private invitation by Gold Star families to former President Trump, and that private invitation was not extended to Biden-Harris. That's the White House claim. So I'm just reporting to you what they're pushing back upon.
And if that's the case, then what does that say about what they think about you to not extend you the invite? Right?
The White House confirming that invitation, I think, I kind of love that they had to confirm that, or they're claiming that, because what they're showing is the bottom line here is that these individuals, all of these grieving families and recovering those, and we don't talk about that enough, how many people were injured that day who are in wheelchairs and so on. The bottom line here is it was a concocted, there was no controversy. Trump was invited, his team was invited, they were cleared to take pictures or take videos, and the families in fact said, we want you to show these commemorations and thank you for doing this. And this is all the media continues to talk about this controversy. There's no controversy.
Yeah, I agree. And the other thing I also think that it needs to be mentioned here, I think the statistic was every branch of the military except for the Marines missed their recruiting goals by significant percentages. Do you think this is going to help you shrink that gap of not hitting your quota when the current vice president and president either don't get the invitation or don't show up if they were invited? I mean, I know we've talked about whether or not this military stuff with walls factors in with young voters, and I think we're in agreement. It doesn't. I think the younger generation doesn't care about the military and wars as much. They're just anti-war. But this is not going to help you hit your recruiting numbers when, people are in charge of sending you over in harm's way, but then they can't show up to at least acknowledge a commemoration of life that was lost. So it's very interesting. 855-839-1210. Dawn's Big Three on the other side as we kick off the 9 o'clock hour next here on Kayal and Company.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Bob Casey is lying to seniors. Listen to this whopper.
We're lowering prescription drug costs.
Lowering prescription drug costs? Not even close. Prices for medications are soaring. Casey's had nearly 2 decades in Washington. He hasn't fixed it. He's made it worse. Casey even voted for higher taxes on seniors' Social Security benefits. That's right. Casey pushed higher taxes on seniors. Casey also voted for a bill that could raise out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors. Seniors are already struggling with sky-high prices. But instead of helping, Bob Casey is trying to fool seniors and hide his failed record. Casey has had nearly 20 years in Washington. What's he given us? Higher costs and higher taxes. That's the real Bob Casey. He's wrong for Pennsylvania. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Labor Day signals that fall is fast approaching. Apple picking, fall leaves, and chilly nights are on the horizon. With Legacy Box, you can cozy up and watch something special this fall. Your family's home movies. Legacy Box is the simple, safe, all-inclusive solution for preserving your family's memories trapped on videotapes, film, even photos. After 10 years in business, Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer. They've helped over 1 million families relive their wedding days, babies' first steps, and family road trips. Just fill Legacy Box with your VHS tapes, film reels, or pictures. Legacy Box digitizes it all by hand right here in the USA, and then sends it back on a thumb drive or the cloud. Future-proof your recorded moments today so you can gather the family and begin the trip down memory lane. Plus, for a limited time, they're offering 55% off. Go to legacybox.com/value to get 55% off. That's legacybox.com/value.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Smokey the Bear.
After 80 years of learning his wildfire prevention tips, Smokey Bear lives within us all. Learn more at SmokeyBear.com. And remember,
only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The following is a paid commercial message.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
.901, fourth and final hour underway on a Tuesday. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Morning Mystery Movie clip coming up in less than 20. Cut sheet part due, your voicemails today in music history.
The voicemails are off the charts today.
Yeah?
A lot of angry people.
Ooh.
I love it.
I like it. All right.
By the way, if you don't know where it is, you're listening on the Odyssey app on the 1210 WPHT page, I guess you say, right next to Listen Live, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. There's a microphone button. Just talk into it, and we'll play it for you at 9:45.
Yeah.
When I'm here.
Is this on? Hello, hello, hello.
That's correct. We didn't do them when you were out last week.
Yeah, I know.
I felt naked without it.
Sorry.
It was just kind of like, all right, it's 9:50, and now we'll find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show. I'm like, I don't know what we just did for the last 5 minutes.
Naked and afraid, Kayal.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. All right, we got a lot of good stuff to get to, including the quotes from Tim Walz' brother, his own flesh and blood. We might have to get Tim Walz' brother and Donald Trump's sister together. Mary Trump, isn't she the one? Forgive me if I don't know all the Trump's specifics
she's
by
a
name.
niece.
Yeah, or she's a niece, and she's not a big fan. Yeah, we might. So she's probably going to campaign for Kamala, and Walz' brother's going to campaign for Trump. Is that the way it works?
Well, Trump's nephew just wrote a book too, or something. His nephew, right? I don't know.
Is it a nephew?
I don't know.
Everybody's writing a book these days. Everybody's got a podcast.
It's fun. It's funny how on one side, since they hate Trump, they believe everything that these two family members say, and then on the other side, because they hate Walz, they're going to believe everything his brother says.
Yep. Fascinating, right?
It's fascinating.
It is.
Well, Walz's brother says this. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Trump's niece says this. Who cares?
Wait.
It's two people's opinions.
Yeah. That's why I don't value my sister's opinion when she's texting the show.
I'm sure there's a lot of people. I'm sure there's a lot of my family members that would disavow me, and I'm fine with that. Holy crap!
Stalkers off the record. Anonymous sources say Greg is a giant There you go.
Wow.
All right. Enough of that fun. Let's get to the news. 9:04, time for a Dawn Stensland. Big 3 at 9.
Oh, yeah, that's me.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 9, sponsored by Bestwork Industries for the Blind. Yes, a lot of talk. This is going viral with a woman charged in Philadelphia with that fatal DUI crash that happened on I-95, and she was in hands-free mode. So will her attorneys blame AI? The woman charged, Dimple Patel, turning herself into state police at the PSP Philadelphia station this morning. The crash actually happened back in March. But according to police, she was driving under the influence, was driving drunk, according to police. And they say that, in fact, she was going 72 miles an hour, but she was driving in a hands-free driving feature and adaptive cruise control systems mode. And so will that be a situation where she's saying, yes, I knew I had too many cocktails, but I was relying on my Ford Mustang Mach-E on that Blue Cruise hands-free mode to get me home safely.
I mean, that is such a weak defense. There's no way anybody's going to buy that. Because you're claiming that you were aware enough to realize you were drunk and you went into cruise control mode. So I would argue then, as a prosecutor or the judge, if this was like a bench trial, I would say, well, if you knew that, why didn't you just use an Uber or a Lyft? If you knew you were hammered, well, why would you even get behind a wheel? Why don't you let somebody actually drive yourself?
It's infuriating these days, especially, I know in the 7 o'clock news you guys were talking about, the hockey player and his brother that were killed in South Jersey. The fact of the matter in 2024 that anybody gets behind the wheel after they've been drinking, when there's so many options.
Oh my God. Yeah.
So many options is ridiculous.
Yep.
It's ridiculous. And it is just I can't stress it enough that there's no excuses.
No.
There's no excuse for drunk driving.
No.
There's just not.
I mean, you have cabs, you have Uber, you have Lyft. I mean, my God, just if you see a DoorDash guy, just jump in his car.
Yeah. I get it. You know what I mean? Like, people make mistakes. You know what I mean? It's not but you're in, you're playing with fire with this. You're going to kill somebody or yourself. It's amazing.
These are tough to forgive, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, like the driver, that killed those guys in South Jersey, if he's found guilty, I mean, they should have the book thrown at him.
Mm-hmm.
There's no excuse for it. There's just not.
I agree.
And you can't use it's an addiction, and I can't. Shut up. Like get some willpower.
Yes.
You scumbag.
Mind over matter.
It's an addiction. Ugh. Have some willpower. Or at least don't get behind the wheel.
Thanks.
Stupid.
Former New Jersey governor and loser, unsuccessful Republican presidential candidate Chris Christie has some news of his own.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
He's going to be teaching a course on how to run for office.
Remember when we loved him on the station? just throwing that out there. Remember when we hosted him?
Yes.
Our afternoon host hosted him for things. Now he's persona non grata. It's funny.
Teaching a class at Yale University.
I tell you what.
Speaking of no willpower.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Speaking of get it together and
close them lips, Christy.
What is it with all of these losers that get, and I say that as people that lose elections or get fired, or was it Lori Lightfoot? Once she left Chicago, she's now teaching a class at Harvard. It's amazing. You fail in politics, you land in the Ivy Leagues.
How much do they get paid?
That's what I'm saying. It's a nice runners-up package, isn't it?
So his weekly seminar is titled "How to Run a Political Campaign."
Yeah.
And is open to undergraduates. It's not a graduate, as well as graduate students at Yale's Jackson School of Global Affairs.
For $350 a credit hour, I can teach you how to get 3%.
By the way, on the YouTube chat, speaking of we were talking about drinking. Crow Talking says, Nick, question, you brag on drinking all the time, right?
I love to drink, yes.
But forgive me if I'm wrong, Nick Kayal, maybe you have. I don't know. Have you ever had Have you ever gotten behind the wheel and had a DUI?
Oh, a DUI? No. Have I been behind a
no.
wheel before
Well, I
when
mean,
I've had a drink? Yeah, obviously. I think everybody has. Most people have, probably.
But I'm just saying, like, Nick has never had a DUI.
No, I booze at home.
That was another morning host on the station.
Oh.
Sorry. You continue, Don Stanley.
Chris Christie's, by the way, a previous class that he had taught was about the importance of the truth, of telling the truth. And so that was one of his previous titles. I don't know if, has he fully come clean with telling the truth about a certain Bridgegate?
Oh.
I wonder if Bridget Kelly, maybe she should teach an alt class like in Princeton.
Political
That would be
ethics?
interesting. Yeah. Political ethics,
Or
telling
lack
the
thereof.
truth, 101. So we've got that going on with Chris Christie. Number 3, I will take you to a different story, and that's especially in our part of the country, the East Coast, and in particular in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, especially ragweed.
Oh, yes.
Oh, boy. If you have allergies, right now we are in we are in ragweed. The height of ragweed season is upon us.
Zyrtec time.
Don't do ragweed and get behind the wheel.
Yeah, don't do that.
That's right.
Pollen levels are rising. And so this is the peak is right now in September, according to all of the allergy experts. So at you.
I had a sneezing fit Sunday and Monday for about 20 minutes each morning.
Fascinating.
It's awful. Just awful. And I sneeze so violently. I always feel like I'm going to throw my back out.
Oh, my gosh.
Tell us more, Nick, please.
I'm a rough sneezer.
Yeah, okay.
I like
rough
it rough.
sneezer. Anyway, allergy season, unfortunately. Beautiful forecast, but
And
bad
by the
for
way,
allergies.
if you have allergies and you're not like taking shots or anything from an allergist or anything like that, and you buy the allergy pills, just buy the generic version. The generic version is, I know Bobo version's always cheaper than brand, but my God, I went to CVS and I got the generic Zyrtec.
Yeah.
It was like $9 versus $29. I'm like, what, for the branding? I'll just take the generic version and save the $20.
News you can use.
You're damn right.
We are sponsored this morning by Best Work Industries for the Blind. Best Work Industries for the Blind's e-commerce store is truly helping businesses succeed in all work environments. BestWorkSupplyCenter.com, offering traditional office products, cleaning supplies, furniture, technology, and much more with free shipping and next-day delivery. Shop now, save at BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. That's BestWorkSupplyCenter.com. Thank you, Best Work Industries for the Blind, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Our morning mystery movie clip coming up in just about 7 minutes. The last story of the day, I did tease this. I want to pay this off. We talked about, siblings of politicians and not getting along, nieces, nephews, relatives, whatever you want to call them. I did think it was pretty interesting that the front page of the New York Post on Sunday was a picture of Tim Walz's brother. And, this is, you take it for what it's worth. I know, Stalker, you made the point just now about, some of Trump's family members. You can see on YouTube, here's the cover of the New York Post. Quote, "The stories I could tell, sibling warns Tim Walz should not decide America's future," with the caption being, "Oh, brother." They almost look identical. They're not twins, though. So here's a couple of quotes, and this is an interesting thing, and I'll give you the reason as to why I think it matters a little bit, if at all, as the Veep candidate Tim Walz is, quote, "not the type of character who should make decisions about America's future," the New York Post writes in regards to his brother, Jeff Walz, who declared Friday evening about the far-left Minnesota governor and running mate of Kamala Harris, quote, "I am 100% opposed to all of his ideology. He has so little faith in his kid brother, Jeff Walz, considering publicly endorsing former President Donald Trump's White House run, as he told a poster on Facebook who urged him to, quote, get on stage with President Trump and endorse him. Quote, I've thought long and hard about doing something like that. I'm torn between that and just keeping my family out of it, the 67-year-old Floridian wrote in a response that notched a lot of traction on social media. And we're looking for all of these, types of
Sorry.
Wow.
Ragweed.
The ragweed. These types of gotcha moments, right? And I think, I forget, it was either Greg or Dawn that mentioned, earlier in the show when Trump said, I don't even know what the hell he just said in regards to Biden. And, Trump's had these little moments where it just takes one little thing and then all of a sudden you make your opponent look really bad in a live setting, whether it's in a debate or even one of these rallies that are live, that are broadcast and telecasted across the country, when they're on Fox or Newsmax or whoever picks them up. But what would it say if Tim Walz's brother actually came out on stage with Donald Trump? And I know that the Veep doesn't matter and most people don't pay attention to these things and this is in the weeds, but here we are and it's post Labor Day, right? It's September 3rd. Everybody's checking back in. Summer's over. I know technically it's September 21st. Kids are back to school. You're back to the 9 to 5. Johnny's got football at 6. There's homework. There's showers. There's baths. It's bedtime. Mom and dad sit down, an hour of TV, go to bed, the whole bit, right? What would it say if Walz's brother came out with Trump? Would that not be a monumental slap in the face to the Harris-Walz administration? Would that not elicit a counter response? Would Harris not have to try to then get, Trump's niece or whoever that hates his guts, that writes all these books and says blah, blah, blah about Donald Trump? I don't know about you, Dawn, but I think if that is a thing that this man is absolutely considering, and I think probably what you do is you keep the family out of it, but he's kind of already let the cat out of the bag, right? He's already gone on record and said on Facebook, everything my brother stands for, I believe in the opposite. And I've got to imagine that Jeff Walz and Tim Walz, growing up where they grew up as young little boys, you probably never imagined that Tim would be this super left progressive Democrat that he is. I'm assuming Jeff in Florida at 67 years old and being against his brother is a Trump supporter and a Republican. I don't know if you're looking for, it's petty. Who cares? But you know what? This whole thing is petty. This election comes down to who you hate less, right? I mean, Kamala Harris isn't even trying to roll out policy. She's just trying to say that Trump's, the devil, Trump's Hitler, Trump's evil. I mean, we've had stuff about, is Kamala Harris black enough? Is she Asian? Is she Jamaican? We have basically had American politics. And I think everybody, if you're just objectively looking at this, regardless of who you root for, you're like, wow, this is what American politics have come down to. But, it's also a creation of the social media era that we live in, with the aha gotcha moment, with the receipts, the sound bites, the AI, the manipulation of things taken out of context. Do you think this would actually carry weight if Trump trotted out Timmy's brother? I'd love to see it.
I think that it tells you a lot that Jeff Walz, his older brother, was discovered, I think first discovered by Laura Loomer, right? That she found a Facebook post and found out that his older brother was a Trump supporter.
Oh.
Going back when Trump was indicted, by the Manhattan grand jury over the so-called bookkeeping hush money case.
Mm-hmm.
So she, I think, somebody reached out to Jeff Walz and found out the Walz brothers have not spoken in 8 years.
Oh, I did not know that.
They've not spoken in 8 years. And so apparently he made some early comments and now is not really coming out. I think that's more telltale than somebody like Mary Trump, who's been out there for a long time. She was upset over money. She was suing because she felt that she should have gotten more money in the inheritance of the Trump grandfather. And it was a whole it was all over money, by the way. That was what she was upset about. And then she subsequently has been treated for mental health and has written books, and she can say whatever she wants, but everybody knows her. She's been out there for many, many years, and it was all initially about the money and inheritance. And those were her initial legal claims against, and not DJT, but against the grandparents.
Okay.
So that I think people know about. That's old news. But the fact that Jeff Walz, the older brother of Tim Walz, the fact that he is not coming out and writing a book and that sort of thing, it gives him more credibility to me, because I think that's more normal.
Yeah. Because he's not in just for a quick payday.
He's not going out there for money and is more of a hesitant. But he definitely is a Trump supporter. He donated $20 to Trump's 2016 presidential campaign. You can look up those.
Yeah.
So he's a Trump supporter, but it looks to me like they haven't spoken since he came out in support of Trump in 2016.
Imagine losing your brother or your sister over who you decided to vote for and not talking to them for 8 years over it. Like, as much as me and my mother-in-law and I battle over politics.
I mean, it's just like that in every family.
I know, but like,
this is just like, I know everybody's like, well, we should take credence to what he says, but this is every family. You have a brother who likes one side, you have another brother who likes another side. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is. And then if they care about politics enough, they're going to speak out about it.
Well, yeah,
so
which is great.
I know, like the New York Post putting this on the cover. It's just like it's stupid because you could do the same thing. And I know what Dawn's saying about the the financial and stuff like that. We don't know what his reasons are for doing it, but to highlight one and not, it's just it's more of the partisan crap that everybody is just tired of. Well, everybody's tired of this.
But I think we've highlighted the other side of Trump losing a relationship or whatever with Mary Trump. I think the reason this is on the New York Post is this is new, like as far as to the American public, right? Okay, they haven't talked in 8 years and they've been at odds since he basically supported Trump.
Like a lot of families. But
the rest of us had no idea.
Here's the difference, and there is a difference. I'm just going to say this. Jeff Walls the brother was responding to people on social media. He was uncovered by somebody, and when he was, and then Republicans, Trump supporters, just general people were saying, "Hey, just speak out about your brother. I hope you speak out." This is what he said. He said, "Quote, I thought hard about doing something like that. I'm torn between that and just keeping my family out of it. The stories I could tell, not the type of character you want making decisions about your future." He was contacted by national media and mainstream, so-called mainstream media, New York Post and others. He said, "I'm not talking about this publicly." So he, unlike others, he shut it down. I think that's more normal. And he's
I'm just saying,
shutting it down now, though, because he didn't shut. I mean, Facebook's public, by the way.
On the other side of this, having MSNBC having Trump's nephew and his niece on to talk policy and everything like that is ridiculous because where they're coming from it. So like I don't like this whole like let's get a family member and hear what they have to say. Like this is 90% of the families in this country. They're divided over politics. It's nothing new.
No, of course it's nothing new. But we talk about like optics. Remember when Trump was at the fourth and final day of the convention with Comparator's firefighter jacket, right? Like, I think there are certain symbols, visuals, sound bites, moments. I mean, how many times has that Tulsi Gabbard, Kamala Harris clip been played the last month in politics? I think in a razor-thin election where you're looking for things that can maybe help you in one spot here or there, to say that this wouldn't have an impact, I think it would, right? Couldn't you forget having him on stage? Couldn't you make a political ad out of it? If you're MAGA Inc., aren't you making an ad with Jeffrey Walls' Facebook post?
I'm telling you guys, like Trump will win if he sticks to the issues and if he sticks to the economy and if he sticks to the border. Stop with all this crap. And I'm not saying Trump's involved in this. He's not. But all I'm saying is that no, stop with all these side things. And there's like, well, this brother says this and this, this Gold Star family says this. No, focus on the issues and stop with everything else.
Oh, so you don't think the Gold Star thing plays?
No.
Like those parents that you played? No. Wow, really?
No, I disagree with that one.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Which is why the Gold Star families during the RNC speaking out and there wasn't a dry eye in the room. I mean, that is heart-wrenching. But I would say this, Trump already has the military.
Sure.
I think he has law enforcement.
Right.
But then if you respect those Gold Star families and you look at that, how does that impact you? That's my question. I don't have the answer. I think it goes to character and, again, who you trust.
Okay.
And if we're looking at the trust factor, then do these Gold Star families speaking out about the lies and the way that they were treated and so on and so forth, does that go to trust?
Yeah. Good question. Big veteran community, obviously, in Pennsylvania as well. I think over 700,000 individuals. All right, let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Summer clerkship in your office says I know what you're holding.
I don't bet with jobs like that. Let's just say I'll put you at the top of the list if you're right.
Okay. Well, you were looking for that third 3, but you forgot that Professor Green folded it on 4th Street, and now you're representing that you have it. The DA made his 2 pair, but he knows they're no good. Judge Kaplan was trying to squeeze out a diamond flush, but he came up short, and Mr. Eisen is futilely hoping that his queens are going to stand up. So, like I said, the dean's bet is $20.
Well, kiss my...
Kiss my...
What'd you have, babe? Nothing but a busted straight.
Oh, come on. It's good enough to win. Take it down.
All right, kid, your first assignment. Pull up a seat next to me.
I'd like to. I can't. I don't play cards.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, that all-time gem, one of the greatest movies in my personal opinion, is courtesy of Jane Rubino, once again making the selection, in part for the Travis Manion Foundation. I believe she donated, right, to get control of the movies?
100%, yeah, she did.
All right, so congratulations, Jane. Great work by you. She's come up with that movie, which came out 26 years ago, and if you can identify it by being caller 12 at 855-839-1210, you will get a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. coming up at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey, just 9 days out, September 12th. Each ticket also includes a copy of Letters to Trump. Tickets on sale at 1210WPHT.com. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. See if we get our winner. We've got Cut Sheet Part 2 and your voicemails on the way here on Kayal and Company.
How about a September road trip? Beautiful weather, crisp fall weather, no time like the present to get back out on the roads. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're going to help you find that luxury vehicle. You've been eyeing it. You know that you love it. You've earned it. Now go get it with a little help from my friends at Piazza. They have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and more. Just visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can stop by one of their many Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers across our region. It's Piazza. Piazza, the name to remember, Piazza Premium Automobiles. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All-American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Texting enrolls in recurring automated text marketing messages. Message frequency varies. Message and data rates may apply. Reply help for help or stop to opt out.
Are you drinking too much? Is alcohol affecting your relationships? Could drinking be affecting your job?
Hi, I'm Jonathan, founder of Or Health. I struggled with alcohol misuse for 15 years. I tried self-help, therapy, and traditional 12-step programs. but nothing really worked. That's why I started OreHealth. OreHealth provides access to safe and effective medication, FDA approved for the treatment of alcohol issues. A daily pill proven to reduce alcohol cravings and make it easier to drink less or quit.
To join the thousands who are drinking less or who have quit altogether, text CHECK to 710-710. You'll be sent a secure link to OreHealth's private online assessment. If treatment is right for you, a licensed medical professional will prescribe medication for discreet and convenient delivery to your door. Just text CHECK to 710-710. That's CHECK to 710-710.
Not available in all states. For SMS terms, privacy policy, risk, and restrictions, please go to orehealth.com/terms. Use as directed.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering the C40 lease for 36 months for under $500 to qualified buyers. This is a really fun Volvo to drive. We also have a huge selection of certified Volvos. And what about $15,000 off when leasing a 2024 XC90 hybrid? This is an incredibly fabulous Volvo. It's the Volvo I drive. Visit us here at Cherry Hill Volvo for the attention and respect you deserve.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot.
Frank's Red Hot.
I put that on everything.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
It's not just about watching the game, it's about betting on it. I'm Mike Valeni, and on Cash the Ticket, Jim Costa and I break down every college football and NFL matchup like it's the last game we're ever going to watch. From the best bets to the sneaky underdogs, and of course, as my co-host likes to say, the value. And the one thing we're not going to do is pretend we're professionals. We have fun with it, it's an entertainment product, and it makes watching games a hell of a lot of fun. So Cash the Ticket, follow it in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
Yo, Roy is Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company, 9:34, Tuesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Dawn show coming up in 25 minutes. We will find out what she has on tap for the top of the hour right around 9:50 this morning. Today in music history, your voicemails, just 10 minutes out, and some more clips on what's on the cut sheet part 2 coming up in a moment. But first, Politics and Pints tickets, September 12th. Let's give them away to Frank in Springfield because Frank has identified our movie clip this morning. Frank, good morning. What movie did we just play for you, sir?
Hey, good morning, Nick. Great show as usual. That was Rounders with Matt Damon.
That is correct, buddy. 1998, great poker movie.
Yep. Hey,
Good job. Yeah.
Hey, is Greg there?
He's there, yeah. He's right there. You just heard him.
Hey, Greg. Yeah. I love you dearly, and I agree 100% on the issues and stuff. But it looks like in today's political world, if it were just the issues and solutions too, Trump should be running away with this thing, but he's not, and that's what scares me. So I agree with you. Let's keep it focused on the issues. But that other stuff that comes up, it seems like it's really playing in with the electorate. I don't know why, but it does.
I think the scary part, Frank, and thanks for the call, you've got the tickets, and Rounders, great movie. It's scary that the issues aren't the only thing that matters, right? I mean, this election is coming down to men versus women.
Who fuels that?
Oh, the media.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, 1,000%. Yep. Yes. Because like I said, when you look at Kamala versus Joe.
We do too a little bit.
Oh, we fuel a lot of things. We fuel
if we're being honest.
We fuel people's mornings.
Yeah.
We talk about the issues.
Okay, yeah. But I'm just saying, we talk about the issues the media is talking about.
Oh, yeah. Well, we get juvenile all the time, right?
But no, I disagree. I think that we call out the real issues and the fact that they create the so-called mainstream corporate-owned media tends to contribute to these alleged conspiracies.
Oh, yeah.
And we call it out.
Yes, absolutely. 855-839-1210.
My story, and I'm sticking with it.
You show some gumption there, Stenzel, and I like it. You're like Kamala at a debate.
No,
you're trying to get under Stalker's skin.
I'm nothing like Kamala.
Just like she's trying to get under Trump's skin. You're right. You're nothing like Kamala. That's why we like you. All right, let's get to what's on the cut sheet, part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. Talk amongst yourselves for a second.
Yeah, by the way, with Rounders, that fueled a lot of online poker in my college days.
Really?
Oh, yeah. When I watched I didn't see it when it came out in 98. I was 14. I really wasn't into poker. And then like around 03, when the World Series of Poker became like a big thing on TV, I watched Rounders one night. Next thing I know, I made a $20 deposit on an online poker site, and the rest is history.
By the way, so this is a little montage that this was like a man on the street. I think this was done a couple of years ago, but I think it's worth playing again. So we talk about, with the election coming up, we talk about voter ID laws, right? You must have, it's racist to say that people must have an identification.
Of course.
So this person went out and asked white liberals about this issue, and also black people.
Okay.
And about the same issue.
Okay.
How do you think it differed?
I'm going to say white liberals found it to be racist to ask for it, but yet black people did not get offended by that?
You would be spot on, my friend. This is cut... Where are we, Phil? This is cut 9. Go.
Do you have an opinion on voter ID laws?
Yeah, they're usually pretty racist and they're bad. I think voter ID laws are a way to perpetuate racism.
Yes. Would you go as far as say those laws are racist?
For sure.
Do you think it suppresses the African American vote?
Definitely.
them? Tell us how.
Because they're less likely to have state IDs.
Minority voters are less likely to have the kinds of IDs that have been described or required.
These type of people don't live in areas with easy access to DMVs or other places where they
Well,
get
that sounds racist
identification.
just you saying that.
You do over the internet. Does that also make it difficult for black people in particular?
Yeah, you have to have access to the internet. You have to be able to pay an internet service provider for certain fees.
Do you think that's harder for black people to go online?
Well, I feel like they don't have the knowledge of how it works.
Oh my God!
They don't have data.
What's that?
So let's just pause it here. So white liberal people, black people are poor, black people are stupid, black people don't have access to the internet. That's not, so those comments aren't racist, yet asking for ID to prove your identity is.
It's
Okay,
amazing.
gotcha.
It's amazing.
Gotcha.
We continue, Phil. Go.
For most of the communities, they don't really know what is out there just because they're not aware or they're not informed. I also think there's a repression of black voting with how if you're a convicted felon, you're not allowed to vote and everything. And when you look at swing states like Florida, that's a huge population of the
Florida.
African Americans.
Okay. Now I'm here in East Harlem to ask black people their thoughts on what you just heard. Do you have ID normally? You carry ID around?
Yes, I have state ID.
Do you carry ID?
Yes, I do.
Do you know any black person who doesn't carry ID?
No. Everyone that I know has an ID. Why would they think we don't have ID?
That's a lie. Why would they say that?
Do you have ID?
Yes.
Because I have my ID and my friends have their ID, so we know what we need to carry around.
Everybody that I know have ID. That's one of the things you need to walk around with New York with, an ID.
Do you know any black adult who does not have ID?
No, I don't.
Is it a weird thing to even say that?
Yes, it is.
It's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
You know, of all the ridiculous stuff that gets brought up in this spectrum, that might be the most insane thing. So, I mean, and we've gone through this exercise before. I mean, you need ID to buy a pack of cigarettes. You need ID to get alcohol. You need ID to get on an airplane. You need ID for everything. But when it comes to voting in elections, you don't need it. And if you imply that you need it, it's racist to do it.
Yeah.
It's the fact that people actually buy that is unbelievable.
Yep. All right. We should break and then come back and do the voicemails.
All right. Get your voicemails in. Download the Odyssey app. Listen to us live on 1210 WPHT. Right next to the live button, a little microphone. You tap it, you speak, you send, we play them next.
Yeah, we still have, you can still get yours in, too. So if you're listening right now and you do it, we will play it.
And you don't need identification either.
You might.
You know. Back after this, Kayal and Company.
You know, this time of year, you're changing the wreath on the front door to that beautiful fall wreath. But maybe you've noticed that you need to update your front entry door. Right now is the perfect time, with a little help from my friends at Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You know that I've been talking about them for years. They've made my home more beautiful, more energy efficient with all the work they've done in my home. Windows, doors. Chapman right now is offering free hardware on a new front entry door up to the value of $500. An updated front door can really change the curb appeal of your home and then increase the resale value or just boost the beauty of your home altogether. Whether you're looking for a single door, a double door, or maybe a door with the side lights, that's what I have. Chapman has the experienced project consultants that you want that can really help you choose the perfect new door for your home. If you or somebody you know is looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the beautiful hardware choices, give them a call. You can text them. They're local. They're like-minded. 610-431-8898. 610-431-8898. You can visit them online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Get all the details. Set this up now. Tell them Dawn sent you.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
California Psychics is the real deal. They helped me out, totally changed my attitude, totally got me psyched to start my business and take a new path in my life.
At California Psychics, we only connect our customers with the best. We reject 98% of the psychics who apply to us, so we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
This year's election threatens to erode your retirement future.
Susan Sanoski, Downingtown, Pennsylvania. Depending on who wins the election, it's going to affect the economy as a whole. Costs are just skyrocketing. Medical costs, housing, food especially. And when was the last time you ever heard of a tax decrease? And I have to say, I have no fear at all because my money is safeguarded with crash-proof retirement. And with our crash-proof retirement system, our money is not just stable, but it's actually increasing much more than we had expected. That money is always added to our principal without anybody getting a cut of that. It's just ours. We earn it, it goes into our account, and it continues to grow and multiply. We have not had a single loss. I'm election-proof. My entire investment for retirement is protected.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, September 17th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
The following is a paid commercial message.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for President.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Not sure. 9:46, Kayal and Company, the Dawn Show in about 14 minutes. We'll find out what she has lined up shortly, as well as what occurred today in music history. But first, your voicemails. Feel like we haven't done this in 2 years.
2 years.
But we're back, and we're ready to hear what you have to say.
My thing about Walz and IVF or whatever initials he misquoted
Walz
is,
he's talking about.
So are they saying Republicans are against this? And if they're saying that Republicans are against this, just like the gay woman who talks about, oh, they can pry this wedding ring off my head, are they trying to say that Republicans and Trump are against gay marriage? Then that's what we need to attack, not the people up there. And if they're lying, let's attack the policy and say, no, Republicans aren't against, or Trump is not against gay marriage. No, Republicans aren't against artificial insemination. Anything, if we say we're pro-life, then we're pro-life. However that life comes to be.
There you go.
Well, Timmy just got it wrong. It was a grammar slip-up. It wasn't IVF. It was another fertility method. Which, by the way, now Trump is damned if he does and damned if he doesn't, right? Because over the weekend, or was it late Friday last week, talking about the abortion concept again in Florida and having... I forget what it was. Something being too short. There needs to be
The 6-week ban.
The 6-week ban.
Yeah.
So now pro-lifers are mad at him. So it's just one of these things where he can't win no matter what he says on the subject, in my opinion.
Hey guys, Joe from Delco.
Hey Joe.
Happy Friday show. Just would say Stalker is like a octopus.
Oh boy. There we go.
Fairly intelligent.
Thank you.
Has his tentacles and everything.
Thank you.
And sucks a lot. Have a great day.
Wow. Was that Joe to camera, by the way, leaving that message?
I don't know.
Sounded like Joe to camera.
I don't know. Take shots at me. I love it.
Have you ever been called an octopus before?
No.
The first for everything.
It's the first for everything.
I feel like Dawn is trying to do a book report on the dictionary.
Uh-oh.
Nobody cares.
Nobody
I have
cares.
no idea what she's talking about right now.
No idea what you're talking about.
Dawn, are you trying to do a book report on the dictionary?
I don't know what
does
what
that
he's
mean?
talking about. What is he?
I don't know.
Is that in reference to my grammar?
Yeah.
I don't know. Are you doing a
Report on
book
what?
report?
I'm not doing a book report.
If Dawn was grading speeches between mine and Tim Walls, who would Dawn grade better for grammar? Me or Timmy? Timmy or I?
Well, there you go.
I guess I answered my own question.
Yeah.
Timmy or me?
Timmy or me?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Come on along, come along, come on along.
Why do we invent this thing?
To laugh.
Come along, come along, sheep
Wow.
In politics.
Boy. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, this is exactly. I'm sure the audience, the Odyssey suits were like, yes, this is exactly why we invented this thing.
By the way, you're allowed to give us real astute political observations as well.
Yeah.
They don't have to all be funny, but we like them.
Pretend Ozzy.
There he is.
Minding my own business with a long distance dead dog dedication to Greg Stalker.
Oh boy.
Wow, dude.
I don't know. It's
Bruno, eesh. Yikes, dude. Nice vacation, guy. Seriously.
Thank you.
I told Tony Bruno just to...
Just give me the damn 5-day forecast and try to be accurate. That's all I want.
And he didn't give us just the 5-day forecast, did he?
No.
Is your radio station seriously playing the Kamala Harris 2025 project commercial?
Oh, here we go.
It's a sin.
If that is not the epitome of misinformation and one-sidedness, and yet you guys allow it,
Oh boy.
that's an absolute disgrace.
Snowflake.
You should be ashamed.
Give
of
him the
yourself.
speech. Tell him what you said a couple hours ago, Greg.
Now on your station.
Oh, he's out.
He's out. Okay.
More options.
Yeah, more options. More options. Oh, I'm sorry, Snowflake. I can't hear anything I don't agree with. Then don't listen. Don't listen, stupid. God, I hate you people.
But haven't we fact-checked commercials in the past at this station?
No,
And
it's not our job to do that, by the way.
That's Caitlin
Stop.
Collins.
Stop. No. No.
Well, then we
They
should...
pay money, and they're allowed to say what they will. We can't turn down political advertising. Stop.
We have not in the past?
Never.
Really?
Never.
Explain it
Never.
again for one more time for everybody.
When somebody presents you a political advertisement, you as a radio station cannot turn it down.
And that's
Ever.
that's newspaper, that's radio,
Yes.
that's television,
Yes,
I believe.
yes.
I'm surprised people don't realize that yet.
It's just
But we are allowed to call it out. In fact, we
go
are
ahead.
allowed to fact-check it, though.
Yes.
okay. Just like people are allowed to fact check you.
Yeah.
All right, that's what I got.
So Greg Stalker, don't listen, stupid. Is that going to be your strategy at the Barrett News Summit?
No.
All the programmers.
Oh yeah, that's right. I have to do that. I have to do that tomorrow. For all the people that are going to think that I got fired, I did not. I'm out the next 2 days because I'm at a
Convention.
talk radio summit. Yes.
Talking to people about how you create compelling shows and put together winning lineups.
And all those people that say they're never going to listen again always continue to listen.
Yeah. Would you be invited to the Barrett News Media Summit if you were hemorrhaging listeners like the Titanic?
Probably not.
Probably not. All right. The Dawn Show's about 7 minutes out. She's not hemorrhaging listeners. She's adding more and more by the day, and she's got something lined up for 7 minutes from now.
Yeah, so we'll do some fact-checking on all of the above, on the commercial that's airing on our air and also airing, nationally. and we'll put it into some context, okay? So we'll have some fun with that and get your reaction. Coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, we will talk to Pete Smith, Northeast Philadelphia, who's an alum of Father Judge since my David is playing, GA is playing against Judge this Friday night.
My David.
So we'll have my David. So we'll have some fun. We'll talk politics, saving Republicans and saving Trump in the Northeast, those attempts to saving high school football. We'll have some fun with all
Yes. We got to make high school football great again, Dawn.
that. Amen. Only Trump can do that.
There you go. All right, Greg Stocker, what occurred today in music history?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, September 3rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Al Jardine from the Beach Boys, who's now 82, George Biondo from Steppenwolf, who's 79, Donald Brewer from Grand Funk Railroad, who's 76, and Steve Jones from the Sex Pistols, who's now 69. We also lost Walter Becker from Steely Dan on this day in 2017. Sing of the Coup, Dirty White Boy by Foreigner in 79, Bad Medicine by Bon Jovi in 88, and Trip the Light Fantastic by Tora Tora 3 years ago. Albums include Roll the Bones by Rush in 91, Power Slave by Iron Maiden in 84. Have I mentioned yet November 1st they're going to be here? I think I have. And Sweet Freedom by Uriah Heep in 74. Also in 2008, Slipknot was atop the album chart. In 2005, Fats Domino was actually rescued from New Orleans during Hurricane Katrina. In 2002, the Stones Licks tour kicked off in Boston. And in 2009 was MJ's funeral. But lastly, on this day in 2022, the Taylor Hawkins tribute concert took place in London, which included performances by Liam Gallagher, Paul McCartney, and AC/DC. For Kayal & Company, I'm Phil Lomquist.
All right, so a member of the Sex Pistols turned 69 today. Doesn't happen every day. Nice one.
Go on Twitter.
Marcus Aurelius was Twitter. He says, if an educator routinely uses bad grammar, how good can he be as VP? I mean, that's a better question, right? Not whether he misspeaks, but if he routinely uses bad grammar.
What a time to be alive.
Actually be.
All right.
By the way, it's amazing. Yeah, by the way, like, for all you complaining about, like, if they want to waste their money dumping it on this station, great.
Yeah.
It just makes us more profitable and makes us around a lot longer.
They reach a lot of people, but they get zero votes from it.
So calm down. Everybody just calm down.
All right, everybody have a... By the way, this is not the first time this has ever happened.
Of course not. It happens every election season. Every election season. I'm never listening again. Okay.
Oh,
thank you.
I tell you what, I did this past weekend, though, watching football, seeing all the political ads, every commercial break, I did want to blow my head off.
Yeah.
But that's me. All right, that'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Sean Farish will be with us, as John Fetterman would say.
Good night, everybody.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills, too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you